Okay, for everybody that's here in the room right now, we're going to be starting a few minutes later. We have a new side-by-side on SB 266. It's a new one that's just been presented to us. Representative Cordelli's gone upstairs to try to get a few more copies made for the folks that are in the crowd here. So, out in front, not the crowd. But so we're going to just hold off so that when we start, everybody can be looking at the same document that we're looking at. So just hang loose for about 5 minutes here. See, Jennifer's not here. She's in traffic. And so one of the other gals upstairs gave this to me and she didn't know anything about it. Okay, I'd like to go ahead with the discussion we have today, the work session on SB 266. This is an act relative to statewide education improvement and assessment programs. And does everybody out front have a copy of the 4/3/23 edition of this side by side? Okay, yeah. I went through looking at at least the placement of words on each of these pages. It looks almost the same as what we've had before. So we have from the department here, we have Nate Green and Caitlin Davis. Nate and Caitlin, why don't you come on up to the table so as we cruise through this. We have done some work on this. Caitlin, were you here for that work with us?
So we were here for one day, but I believe we had a work session without it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay, so perhaps what would be wise for us to do here, so as we go through, we've identified to where we dropped off some issues, or not issues, but where it didn't match up with current law. And so what we can do is probably ask some of those questions of Caitlin and of Nate right now. Maybe we can get some answer to that. So I can start out on page 3. There was a question on the left-hand side there at top where we're talking about academic standards. And above that, let's see. Okay, yeah, the academic standards. The academic standards as written in law means what a student should know and be able to do in a course or at each grade level. When we looked at on the other side for academic standards, we're also seeing that it's now statewide academic standards or academic standards, and any mention of a course is gone. So what would that be a result of? Or for?
Perfect, yeah. So academic standards as a whole is a much broader term that encompasses everything that a student might do at a grade level. Some of the standards in particular subject areas cover larger standards that may not be specific to a particular course. So if we're referencing courses specifically, there are going to be niche level courses at the high school level that may not necessarily have course standards, but they would have larger sets of standards attached to them. A good example of this might be if you're a senior and you're taking an English elective in Shakespeare literature. There may not be specific course standards relative to a particular grade. So having the requirement that all courses have those standards, they're not necessarily course level standards. Most of the time we have grade level standards, and then often our larger courses have course standards that come from the grade level standards.
So in follow-up to that, and then I'll let others join in. We have social studies, and we know those standards were adopted in the latter part of 2008, something like that. And those are applicable not just to elementary or middle, but they're also applicable. And if we're talking U.S. history, there are academic standards for U.S. history. That's a course that's required for graduation at the high school. It's not a grade level. Somebody might take that at grade 10, some might take it at grade 9, 11, etc. So that's the reason why we had in statute the word course there, because it's grade levels up to a certain point, but then it becomes course.
And that makes sense. I don't think that there's a large issue with having the word course within the definition. I don't think it presents a problem to the field to have it within that definition. So I think if that's something that the committee wanted to add back in, I don't see an issue.
Well, we're not wanting to add it back in. It's in statute.
Right. So sorry. Yes. For this draft. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Are there other questions? What is the difference then between statewide academic standards and academic standards?
So statewide academic standards would refer specifically to any standards that have been adopted by the State Board of Education. But we know there are a lot of other standards out there beyond just what have been adopted by the State Board. So academic standards refer to any set of academic standards that a school or district might use. Statewide academic standards are specifically adopted by the state board.
Yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
So does this mean then, based upon what you just said, that the state board will adopt statewide standards?
So the state board has adopted statewide standards in the core content areas for the state. So we have statewide standards in English, mathematics, and science. We have a social studies framework that I believe the state board had adopted a number of years ago. I know that there's been talk about updating those. But beyond those 4 core content areas, I don't believe the state board has adopted any additional standards. So for example, in art or music, there aren't statewide standards that have been formally adopted by the State Board of Education.
And so, to what extent then will school districts, charter schools, et cetera, be expected to adhere to those standards?
So right now, most schools and districts in the state use those statewide standards, but there isn't a requirement in statute that all schools must use those standards. The reason most schools use them anyway is because we use those standards to create the state test, and all of the students, whether you're in a public school or charter public school, are required to take the state test. And so if a school is using a different set of standards than what we've built our state test on, they may see differences in the academic performance of their students.
So then the local school district or charter school, it's up to them whether or not they want to adhere to those standards at their peril, if you may.
Correct.
From a standpoint of aligning with the statewide exams then.
Yes. Yeah. And in fact, there is a statute because the state board, when they adopted the New Hampshire framework for mathematics and for ELA, those were the Common Core state standards. We have another statute that says explicitly no district shall be forced to adopt the Common Core standards.
Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This may be the English drop in me coming out when you hear my question, but I'm concerned about what is the intended meaning when you say means what a student should know and be able to do in a course and at each grade level. Now, as a former English teacher, I like to delude myself perhaps by thinking they knew less when they entered the course and emerged with more. So
I just want to clarify, that's what the current law says. That is the language that the current law uses. So if we have issues with that, we could talk about that, but we were trying to not stray too much from that.
how do you determine what they need in order to take the course from what they need to graduate from the course?
So the standards are the expectations of the knowledge that students will have at the end of the course.
Okay.
And primarily we use this to set our benchmarks on the state test. So when you have fourth graders take the fourth grade state assessment, that's based off of those fourth grade standards. And it's the expectation that by the time you get to the end of fourth grade, you'll have met those fourth grade standards.
So if we revise this to read upon completion of, it would be a little more explicit?
It would, yeah. One of the things that we've had conversations with schools and districts about is the particular testing window. Because the standards are based upon what the students will know by the time they get to the end of that grade level, depending on when students take the test, if it's towards the end of the school year or if it's a little bit more earlier in the spring, they may not have gotten through all of the different standards. So there is some scheduling considerations when schools are looking at their curriculum and what they're teaching and when they're giving the state test to make sure that students have mastered those standards for the grade level.
And am I correct in assuming that that could skew your data?
Yes, theoretically it could. We haven't done any kind of research into different schools and when they're testing and whether we see differences at that level between schools. But theoretically it could. If you had one school that tested much, much earlier in the spring and one school that tested, far later at the end of the school year.
Thank you.
Further questions on this, Representative Tanner? And then Representative Cascaden?
Thank you. Thank you. How is you talked about Common Core, but how is ESA affected by this?
So one of the things we've done with this particular draft and the revisions is to bring it in line with the current ESSA regulations. And so regulations require states to have standards That's one of the reasons why the state board has adopted the standards that we have, because in order to have a state assessment system that will meet the ESSA regulations, it has to be built on those nationally recognized standards. Not necessarily Common Core, but the state has to adopt something to use as a framework for their state testing.
Yes.
So ESSA, I believe, also had social studies and some other subjects that were under ESSA. Is that not taken into consideration now, or?
So there isn't a requirement that the state test in social studies. So right now we're meeting the requirements of ESSA. States can then add on additional requirements, and most often that social studies one is the next one that adds on. And there are many states that do have state testing programs in social studies, but that's not something that New Hampshire has had as part of our statewide testing program.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. I'm just questioning academic standards, that particular line, and I know you didn't want to go there, but does it relate to the 193E:3, the delivery of an adequate education? I mean, can we say that the statewide standards or academic standards that schools use to show what students know and be able to do at grade levels is the delivery of an adequate education?
It's not necessarily, no, because the delivery of an adequate education has the two different parts. So 193E:3B is the accountability section, and that talks about the performance-based accountability system.
Yeah.
And that's based upon a number of factors. Some of that is achievement and growth, which is based on the state testing system. So in that sense, it does pull in those academic standards because that's what we use to build the state assessment and then measure students' achievement and growth. But there are a number of other factors that are taken in as well as part of 193E:3B, additional data that goes beyond the state testing system.
Thank you.
To me, Nate, it seems like the tail is wagging the dog here in this. We're basing our academic standards on a statewide assessment test, not on our curriculum that we have, those other components of a substantive education, which there are, 9 or so subject areas there. But we're only going to be accounting for improvement and assessment on English language arts, math, science, reading. That's it. And what about areas that are not tested, like health or physical education or music or personal finance literacy? How do we measure those academic standards? And why then are we not saying those are academic standards that are, I'm just getting really, I think we're trying to align what we do as standards with our assessment rather than the assessment lining with our curriculum and our instruction.
So right now, the assessment aligns with the standards that we have for science, math, and English, and teachers build their curriculum off of that. So I would say, in essence, that those 3 subject areas, there is a pretty large alignment. We have the standards.
I'm not questioning that alignment.
So I would say that the biggest issue with not testing in all of those other subject areas would be cost and budget. So we do assess in those 3 core content areas, and our assessment program, is $4 to $5 million a year to be able to assess in those 3 subject areas. To have a valid statewide test that all students take requires a pretty large resource with personnel and time and finances. So it certainly is something the legislature could look into if it's something the state wanted to go in that direction. But we would need significantly more resources to be able to test outside of those 3 core content areas.
I'm not trying to say we have to do a statewide assessment for those core areas. I'm trying to say that the academic standards for the non-tested areas are just as important as the ones we're testing for. So I'll leave it at that.
And our measurement of that right now is through the IBAS system. That's how we would look at that.
Okay, is there any further yes, Representative Cascadden.
Just based on your what you were saying, it made me think that all districts at one point, and I believe when ESSA came on a table, had to develop competencies for everything that was taught, and they had to develop a system, either through IBAS or PBAS, to measure how the students met that competency. So I don't know if there's a need for a national or statewide testing for that. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, just,
Well, I can
quick
remember when
word.
we went into the business of competencies, and I can remember Fred Vermonti being here and working with us on that. And the concern we had back then, well, some are just going to take their goals and objectives, and those are now our standards. And some school districts probably did do that initially, but those competencies are based upon now those academic standards, aren't they?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
and just thank you. So schools and districts write competencies at the local level. We do have some state model competencies in some areas that districts can use, but they are a model. They're not a full set of competencies. And competencies really are a part of the local curriculum. So one of the issues you run into in trying to look at it from a state level and do comparisons across schools and districts is that everybody has written their own set of competencies for the most part. And that makes it a little bit harder to then do comparisons, not only from one school to another school next to it, but across all schools throughout the state, because we don't have a set of standard competencies in every curricular area. It really is a part of the local school curriculum. So schools and districts, particularly if you have a large district, so for example, if you're Manchester or Nashua, you would have a core set of competencies for your district that all of your schools are using. So they have a good way of measuring whether students are proficient at their local level, but it does make it challenging at a state level to compare schools to each other because, again, not everybody's using the same competencies.
Yes, I get that part. Representative Cascadden, and then Representative Belcher.
thank you. Yes, I mean, I definitely agree with you, Nate. And I know there are teams and regions that have worked together on competencies because it was an overwhelming task to begin with. But would it not change a definition of adequate education if there was more testing? Or am I not asking the right question? Are they the same? Is adequate education, and because there's a lot of discussion on what's an adequate education, and it's very clearly defined, but now we're statewide testing is just in the three core areas per se. And if we were testing more of the requirements in the ed rules, would that then transition back into adequacy, which has a ripple effect? I mean, do you see a correlation between what's defined as an adequate education and what requirements in statewide testing, if there is a connection?
So
That's a hard question.
there's,
right? It's
I would say
confusing.
there's a
I'm just trying
connection.
to link it.
Yeah, there is a connection in that the way we've determined a part of our accountability system does rest on the assessment system. The accountability system is also much broader than that and looks at many other factors, things like graduation rate, attendance data, school environment data. So we take a lot of that into account with the accountability system. You could reinvent or reimagine, I think, the way you look at inadequate education by saying we're going to look at it purely through an academic lens and test in each of those required areas. But historically, that's not something that's ever been part of our current statutory system. The testing is just one component in the PBAS system in 193E3B.
Representative, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just one more follow-up, sorry, and you can have them. So is the accountability system the measure for an adequate education?
So there's a couple of components to it. So IBAS, for example, looks at all of the requirements in inadequate education. So schools have to verify that they're in compliance with all, 12 or 13 of those areas in 193E2A. And that's on the front end, that, you have a arts program, you have a mathematics program, you have a world languages program, you have a school year that's 180 days or 990 hours. So that's also part of the accountability, and that looks at each of those areas in E2A. The assessment part is on the back end in terms of the output. So how are students doing in particular areas? Things like their math achievement or English achievement. How are schools doing with their graduation rate? And that's where the assessment component fits into that part of it. But I think you have to look at the totality of both IBAS and PBAS together to verify whether students are providing, or whether schools are providing the opportunity for an adequate education.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for, both for being here. If I can get away with it, I might have a couple questions here. So on the first couple pages, I see as far as developing the test, it refers to people involved, including stakeholders, and among others, it specifically mentions community representatives. I was hoping that you might be able to provide us with a fairly comprehensive view of who would be represented by stakeholders and exactly what is meant by community representatives.
So I probably wouldn't be able to give you a specific example of, who would be represented as a community stakeholder, at what point they've been involved in that process. When we go through the development of the state testing, much of what we do that pulls stakeholders in directly is the standard setting. Oftentimes that involves local school leaders and teachers in each of the grade levels and the content areas. So when we set the cut scores for our state testing, those have all been done by groups of New Hampshire educators that have come in. They've gone through the test questions, they've taken the tests themselves, and identified, based off of their classroom knowledge and instruction and curriculum, if a student were to take the test and answer questions at a particular level, this is where those levels will be on the state test. So as we're measuring whether students are proficient or not proficient. Much of that has been done through those committees. We also have committees that come in and look at things like bias and sensitivity reviews. We go through particular items to make sure that the items themselves make sense. And often that's done through committees of stakeholders that we bring into the department.
Thank you for that. And if I may, as far as the particular items that are to be tested as far as various competencies go, I see a number of references to things such as social competencies or preparing students for social engagement. So is there supposed to be measurement or testing for any sort of non-academic competencies such as social or emotional competencies in this?
There's not. Now, actually, if you could point me to a reference, because the tests themselves, each item on the test is directly connected to a particular academic standard, whether it be math or ELA. So we don't have any social emotional standards that the test itself is based on.
Sure. Yeah, I was just looking at things like page 5, line 29, for instance, successful participation in the social, economic, scientific, technological, and political systems of a free government, and other references like that. There wasn't anything specific to that, so I just wanted to rule it out.
Gotcha. Yeah.
29 on page 5.
Okay, yeah. So that's part of sort of the overarching, I think, purpose of why should a test or why should a state have an assessment system? What do we hope to get out of education for our students? So it's not that our assessment system necessarily measures everything within that list. I think that's sort of an idealistic overarching statement of why we do education.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if I may again, on page 4,
Thank you.
line 29 through 30, it says that the department may collect and shall provide student address information to the third-party testing. But what is the need for collecting their home addresses?
That was added in about 2 years ago to ensure that the student assessment results were provided directly to parents. So there was some concern. I think it was coming from this committee. You might remember, Representative Lakis, that parents weren't able to access student assessment results. So that's what that legislation was added for.
What I think we ought to do is, rather than jumping around through here, let's continue going in order through this report. We're on page 3. And my last parting comment here is that I'm really concerned that we're relegating all those subject learning areas which are not tested to the back seat of the car. In fact, we had testimony the other day when we had folks in here testifying on the civics bill, and basically as social studies. They're saying, well, it's not being taught in some schools now because we're not tested on that in these schools. So it is a concern to me that the academic standards should be based upon all those areas that we call adequacy and aligned with those competencies at various levels and at courses. so that we, unfortunately, you know, one of the persons that testified was a credible person with the Education Association, and indicated that she's not too sure that the only thing that's being taught, in fact, of New Hampshire history might be the visit to the Capitol building. So it's not tested anywhere. So, and we're putting a lot of heat on teachers to make sure you do an adequate job. And the way it's discerned by the public is that assessment test is the federal test, which we're required to give. And so it seems to me the federal government's wagging what we do here in New Hampshire.
So I think there's probably some room for improvement on their assessment program in all the additional areas, but that's a large departure from where the current law lies, and that's not what we were trying to do with this bill. And again, Nate just talked about it would take a large amount of resources to do this additional work. We're able to leverage our federal dollars right now to do a lot of the work that we're supposed to do for the state side of things through the federal dollars, because it's basically a 2-for-1 deal. We're already required to do it from the federal side of things, so we just kind of get the benefit on the state side of things. Yeah. If we're talking about developing a state assessment program that has a large departure from the federal program, we should talk about what that looks like, potentially maybe have a study committee over the summer, talk about, you know, have additional resources from schools, assessment vendors and whatnot. And that's certainly someplace we would certainly be able to provide support to the committee on doing that, but that's not what our intention with this bill was.
I get that. And, you know, I can remember when we used to have social studies as an area which was part of the responsibility of the state to test. We weren't doing it. So that's why economics, geography, civics, government, history were all put on to the local level. I probably was in error that time going ahead and doing that. And I can remember Representative Heath saying, be careful where you're going. And that's exactly where we are right now. We're at the point where it's you know, we don't know what's going on in terms of curriculum in that area of curriculum. We know performance-wise on that one test how they're doing in those areas which are tested, but a lot of emphasis is being placed on testing, and that's kind of governing, and the dollars needed. Yes, I understand that you get federal dollars and we appropriate dollars for the testing, but that should not be. I guess we're building a budget. That's what we're building. It's not program budgeting. It's budget building. You know, in other words, the program is not, you know, dictating these costs. It's what we have. We're building a program around the budget. Kind of the reverse philosophy that I was taught when I was in school. But I guess it's reality. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
So I guess banking on what you've been saying a little bit is that I'd like, as we go through this, and particularly with this one, you said it wasn't the intent. And I'd like to know, with these changes, what's the intent of it? Why are you doing it? And also, what are the potential consequences on the overall, because part of the problem with me looking at these statutes is, and you know, they're also intertwined, particularly around adequacy, that if we change one part, how does it change another part, and what's the consequences on a local school district? So if you could give some background information on that. I too am very concerned about the academic standards, that we get down to the point where, as we were the last term, where school ends up being science, math, and English, and that's it. And you know, a comprehensive education takes in much more than that. So if you could kind of talk about changing the academic standards as you have here, and I don't exactly know why they're in quotes, but what's the intent of that, and what are the possible consequences as far as an adequate education and comprehensive education is concerned?
To start with the simplest answer, the reason it's in quotes is because this is the definition sections of the law, and so that's why that's in quotes. And so currently in current law, we do already have a definition of academic standards. The reason we use statewide academic standards and added that word statewide is because there's confusion right now of, are we talking about local standards, are we talking about state standards, Are we talking about the minimum standards? The word standards is used so many times throughout the law to talk about different sections that we kind of just thought additional narrative as an additional descriptor there would help clarify which standards we're talking about here. Even after there was an oversight committee in this room a month or two ago, and Nate was here, and we were talking about all the different standards and the differences of standards and competencies and all of those things, and we were talking about that we actually probably need to write a paper on from the department and define when we're talking about academic standards, when we're talking about curriculum, when we're talking about competencies, and all of those right now. I think sometimes they're conflated and it's confusion, and so what we've tried to do, and the majority of this is just us going and saying, like, add additional descriptor, add additional word here, so we know exactly which section we're talking about. And you'll see that a lot more when we start getting into RSA 193E, if we ever get to that section of this bill. But yeah, and we are prepared to do exactly what you just said throughout this document, and that's what we've done many times now. Having this document that Jen prepared is fabulous because it's really helpful for that. So as far as the impact on the local level, we don't anticipate any local level because this is on our current practices. This is what we currently do. We're just adding that in. I do, since we're on a definition section, I think we could add in the word adopted by the State Board of Education to add further clarification, and or we can add in or the course level back in that language just to help with the committee's concern with that. I don't think there's any issue with adding that back in.
Great. Okay, let's keep moving on. Are there any other questions on that page 3? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. I just wanted to look real quickly at line 32.
Which?
Apologies. I'll hold for later.
Okay. So anything else on page 3? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This occurs in several different places, so it's a question not only specific to here, where a particular RSA is replaced with the words under this section. Mm-hmm. Is that because why is that, and why wouldn't we specify the RSA?
We did that because some of these were disjointed in different RSAs right now. So now we've combined them all into the same section, so you can refer to it under the section. And if we say under the section, it just kind of helps us helps actually OLS as far as not having to go in and renumber each section every single time you make a little change or add a difference. So we felt that as long as it's defined and contained within this section, that was the appropriate kind of legislative drafting. So. I do, just since the superintendents had asked or had requested that we add a definition of transcripts because it is referred to on page 9. So we talk about the statewide assessment results of schools or students shall not be included in the students' transcripts. So we will we would like to add a definition on their request, and so.
Do you have that designed yet, or? If not, could you get that to us?
Yeah, we'll get that to you. Yes.
Okay, anything else on that page 3? Let's go on to page 4. Comments on page 4.
So the superintendents wanted this to be
Right down in the middle of the page, there's a section that says other open-ended performance tasks. And looking back at this assessment process, and the Senate version here is other items types identified by the department and testing entity as necessary to appropriately measure student learning. Yeah. Other item types, is that specific to what?
So other item types would be inclusive of any other item types that we'd be able to develop with the testing vendor that would appropriately measure student learning. So it's a more inclusive way of including different ways of including items on a test that we may not have thought of yet. I think when testing first began, over 100 years ago, testing was primarily multiple choice. Educational research has come quite a ways in the last 100 years from the original intelligence and IQ tests that were developed that were primarily multiple choice. And especially now that we're doing more things with computers, we have computer adaptive testing, it opens up different ways of creating item types on our tests. So this is just making sure that our statute is flexible enough that as we create better tests, it still aligns with our state law.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Are we still able to use the performance-based assessments?
So the performance-based assessments that was part of the PACE program was discontinued. That was done under the IADA waiver. The state may seek an additional IADA waiver in the future, depending on what types of innovative assessment strategies we might come up with as an alternative to the traditional state testing. But currently, we're not using PACE.
Did that go through the legislative action when the PACE was removed?
So right now, I think language that had allowed the PACE program to operate is in the current statute. We've modified it a little bit to make sure that this still continues to remain open. So if we do a program like PACE in the future, the statute continues to allow it.
But was the discontinuation of the PACE program done through legislative action?
No, it was not. It was part of the federal program. It was primarily funded through federal grants that the state no longer received.
So the State Department decided that they were not getting funded, and so they were not going to continue the program.
We weren't able to continue the program, correct?
Thank you.
But we had a waiver for that from the federal government, didn't we?
We did.
Use PACE?
Yeah, we had a waiver, but in addition to the waiver, we had an innovative grant that allowed us to fund the program, and the department was not receiving that grant anymore.
Representative Cascade?
The PACE districts is what initiated performance-based assessment, but yet we don't have PACE to the support to the districts, but we continue with having performance-based assessment?
So we have the option to have performance-based item types as part of our assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you. Moving downwards on the page, it says shall be clearly defined before assessment procedures, and that's in current law, and that language is removed from this bill as amended. So is that altering the timeline, or are standards going to be developed before the assessment takes place, or can I interpret this as standards are developed based on the test results?
So the standards are the standards that were adopted by the state board, and depending on the tests that we're looking at, there are different times. So for example, the science standards or the next generation science standards, those were adopted in the 2017-18 school year. So all of our science testing since then has been based off of that. So that's the language where it says we have to have standards first, is because we build the test off of the standards that teachers are using. So down the road, if the state were to change those standards, we would have to build a new test based off those new standards.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions regarding page 4? Yeah, Representative Damon?
Thank you. I don't completely understand your answer to Representative McDonald's question. Can you just revisit that sequencing of developing the assessment procedures?
Sure. So the first thing that you have to do before you can build a test is you have to know what it is that you're testing. And so that's where the standards come into play. So with science, we use the next generation science standards. It's a very long, comprehensive document. I used to be a high school science teacher. I've not read the full document, but I've read the portions that were specific to what I taught, which was chemistry and physics. But essentially, the standards outline what every student should be able to know and do at the end of a particular grade level or course. So for example, what should first graders be able to do in science at the end of first grade, second grade, third grade, and so on. In science, we test at the end of 5th grade, 8th grade, and then we test our 11th graders. So the science test is only given 3 times throughout a student's academic career. And the science test is based upon the set of standards leading up to that particular grade level. So 5th grade science tests would include science content that students should have learned by the end of their 5th grade year, and that all comes from those standards.
So, follow up.
Yep.
So in the, excuse me, change in language here, it doesn't seem to me that it's saying the same thing. I'll just stop there. I appreciate your interest.
Further questions on that? Yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you. On A, you've changed the wording to in consultation with educators and stakeholders. Does that mean that it hasn't been happening in the past, or are you just trying to codify the practice?
So I think Nate and I were just talking about this. I think we were trying to clarify this in this section, and then I think we went back in and added a definition to statewide academic standards. So I think we could probably stop this. It says a statewide academic standards, get rid of the rest of that language, and potentially just make sure that we're clarifying that definition back on that first page. Because there was areas that we were going through, we were writing this, and they're like, well, I think just having a definition so we can refer to this throughout it, because we use the word standards again on the next page. I think so. If we were just stop it right at standards and then get rid of everything else, I think we're all set.
I'm not in disagreement with the current language you've proposed, because I do think the issue of consulting with people who are going to be implementing this should be part of this language, because I'm assuming the department does not want to go on and do it unilaterally without including those who are actually going to be dealing with these standards. So I'm in support of what you currently have in here. I just had a question about what in consultation means, and that's one question. Secondly, define who the stakeholders are, because one of the concerns I have is whether or not in the stakeholders, I'm assuming you're talking about parents, etc., are students involved in that? Because students bring to the schoolhouse door a much higher level of understanding of what their needs are, etc. And I think it's often overlooked. And we as adults try to say, well, here's what you need to have, which is important, no question about that. But they also have some sense of perspective too. So the question I really have, the question I have is really, what does in consultation mean? And secondly, how do you define the question of stakeholders?
So we haven't done this process in a number of years because the process of consulting with the stakeholders and gathering feedback and buy-in comes when you first adopt those standards. So if we go back to the 17-18 year when we adopted the science standards, there was probably about a 1.5 year long process that led up to the state board adopting those standards. And I want to say there was anywhere between maybe about 8 or 10 different dates that were a listening session around the state where department representatives had gone out and set up a day, in a school or in a district or in a community center where they had parents and students and teachers and community members come in and ask questions about the standards and provide feedback. So it was a fairly lengthy process that occurred leading up to that adoption. We could certainly codify that as a particular process, but it included, I would say, probably about a year of public feedback.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I appreciate that in consultation section, because I think that's what you have done, according to what you were just saying, and I think it needs to be codified here so that there's no impression here that the department is developing this stuff in thin air and then say, okay, you guys have to do this now. So I appreciate that language, frankly.
Representative Tanner?
I guess my question here is the cut scores, standardized cut scores. And I'm not familiar with that term. I know that proficiency, one of the things I'm finding with the public is that they don't understand really what's the word proficiency, what is behind the word proficiency. They think proficiency is the same as passing, and it certainly is higher than passing. So could you tell me what cut scores, standardized cut scores are, and is it something to do with setting the level of proficiency?
It is, yeah. So those two items go hand in hand. The way that we report out student performance on the assessment is through proficiency, and it's a scale. So students fall within one of 4 categories. They are either below proficient, approaching proficient, proficient, or above proficient. And each of those categories is set by a range of scores on the test. So when we refer to standardized cut scores, it's the particular score on the test where a student would need to meet that particular cut score to go into that next level of proficiency. So if a student is in a category that's below proficient, there would be a cut score on the test where as that student passed that score, they would move into the next category of proficiency.
Yes.
So I think publicly, it should be made more apparent what proficiency is, that it's really like a B, B plus. You know, I mean, part of it is we've all gone to school and we've gone A, B, C, D, and now we see proficient. And as I said, out in the public, people don't understand what proficient is.
And one of the things that we're starting to do with the test, we're working on more and better communication out to parents, specifically parents and students, in understanding the assessment data and the assessment scores. One of the things that sometimes is a little bit challenging in trying to communicate the general definition of proficiency is you could have two students that both have a proficient score on the particular test, but they have different strengths and weaknesses. So they're proficient in, say, 5th grade math, but one student may have different strengths and different weaknesses, and yet they still fall within the same range of scores. And so that's where we're trying to provide more detailed information about what it is that students are really good at, what is it that they're a little bit more weak on, what do they need to work on. And a lot of that information is in the individualized score reports that go out to parents. And then one of the things we're working on now as well is trying to take those score reports and create a video format that we can provide to parents that's more explanatory of what is on the assessment and how did your particular student do, what did they really excel at, and what is it that they can continue to work on.
So I don't think, I think what we're doing on giving information to parents and continuing to improve that, and the information is to teachers, is very vital. But where it comes back at us is with the public. And when you say, you know, only 30% of students are reading at the proficient level on something in New Hampshire as a whole, or in X, Y, and Z school, that doesn't give a full picture to the public because they don't understand what proficient is. But that's another day.
I think to remedy your concern, I think what we can do is propose a definition of proficiency to include in this section.
Okay, Representative Luno, you had your hand, then Representative Cascadden.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Just sort of a follow-up to Representative Tanner's questions regarding cut scores. At an NCSL chairs meeting that I was at last October, they reported out that New Hampshire is in the process of proposing to raise the cut scores. I'm actually reading from a slide. Raise the cut scores used to award a school a score from 1 to 4 for the academic achievement and other academic indicators. And I was wondering where we stand in terms of that proposal right now.
So that's a little bit different than the standardized cut scores on the test. So those are not changing. Those have all been set by the standard setting that we did a number of years ago with teachers. What we did propose this past year was modifying the limits at which we're identifying the schools that are the lowest performing schools in the state. And that uses a range of different indicators, one of which is academic achievement. We have a federal requirement that we have to identify no less than 5% of the lowest performing schools in the state. And the current cut scores we were using did not identify 5%. It was actually below that. And so by using the scores that we currently had, we couldn't identify 5%. So we were out of compliance with federal statute. So what we did was we looked at the performance of schools across the state and tried to identify about where would performance be if we had to identify that 5%, and we moved our indicator scores up to that point. It was a small change, but it brought us back into compliance with federal statute. It did not in any way affect student performance or the scores that students had to receive to be proficient.
So, and a follow-up on that, if I may.
Yeah.
So in those cases, that cut line, that 5% cut line, is to, and the term is evading me right now. CSI?
CSI, yes.
Is that a CSI cut line?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cascadden, you had your hand up?
Yes, just to add a little bit to what Representative Tanner was saying, at least 5 years ago, schools transitioned their report cards, so to speak, or their reporting to parents in the proficiency levels with the explanation, so that some schools do quarters still, most elementary schools do trimesters now. But all that explanation of proficiency has been provided, at least for the past 5 years. But I understand that the public looks at the negative part, but I'm wondering if that public are those parents who weren't informed enough of the levels of proficiency, because they have it if they have kids in public school. So I'm just trying to sort through, is the public school system not educating their parents enough on it? But levels of proficiency has been a reporting mechanism for at least 5 years, multiple times a year to those parents. So I know that's there. I don't have a question. Sorry.
Are we going to stay on this page, or are we going to move to another page here? Huh? Ready to move on to the next page? Because some of this is going to repeat itself. Again, 2 pages later, you're going to see the word consultation again appear up, and there'll be more discussion on that. So, yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Nathan, just a clarification on what I just heard. I think I must have heard it wrong. Did you say that we had a level of cut scores that identified the lowest 5% performing schools, but because we couldn't identify 5%, we increased the cut scores so we could meet the federal line? We had that many failing?
Yeah, so when we initially created that first cut score is when we had first moved from No Child Left Behind to ESSA. And so there wasn't really a good sense of what our data was going to look like. So we didn't know where to set the cut score. So the cut score was set on theoretically what would identify 5% of schools 3 years from the date the cut score was set. And when we got to that date, it turns out we picked the wrong number. So it truly was, it wasn't that that number was based off of anything hard. It was sort of a subjective number. And we knew down the road, most likely we would have to vary the number a little bit to make sure that we were capturing the schools that need the most support. One of the things that we want to make sure that we do is really specifically identify those schools that are within that bottom 5%, because there's some significant federal funding that then goes out to those schools. And so the funding is really attached to making sure that we're providing the most support to the schools that need it the most.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So how are you doing it in the high school when, I don't know if the SAT or the ACT is part of this equation here, because you're talking about, again, grade level expectations. Are you giving a PSAT prior to the SAT in the 10th grade and then the SAT in the 11th? And is that part of the statement? Because in the previous academic standards specify what students should know and be able to do shall be clearly defined before assessment procedures and exercises are developed. Is the SAT giving back what we're trying to find out, or are we doing that in terms of seeing if these kids are prepared for the first year of college?
So there's 4 indicators at the high school level that all factor into the formula for identifying high schools for that bottom 5%. The SAT would be one component, so we look at academic achievement, and that would be on the reading, math, and essay sections of the SAT. We also look at graduation rate. So a school that has a very low graduation rate could also be end up being identified within that 5%, because that's one factor we look at. We look at the performance of our English language learners on the access test, and we look to see how many of those students are approaching proficiency with English at the high school level. And then we also have a number of college and career ready factors that we look at. I believe there's 11. Yes. There's 11 factors. And so by the time a student has reached the end of their senior year, we're looking to see how many of those students have met 2 out of those 11 factors. They include things like taking a dual and concurrent enrollment course, earning a certain score on an AP test, earning a certain score on the ASVAB test. So there's a variety of those indicators that task force a number of years came up with before that said if students are doing 2 or more of those items, they're more likely to be college and career ready than a student who hasn't met anything on the list. Those 4 indicators all together, there's a formula that we put together to identify what are the high schools in the state that need the most support because they have the lowest scores across those 4 indicators.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Luna.
Just to follow up on what you just asked here, because I think I think I'll just speak for myself. I just heard some very important information that sort of connects the relationship between the.
Well, those are the delivery indicators
Right.
of an adequate education.
Right, but
That Nate's talking.
and it goes all the way down to the student outcome proficiency scores and the CSI cut scores. And clearly, all of these things are linked all the way back through to assessment and academic standards and adequacy. And I was wondering if it might make sense, and we don't have to get it today because you've just given us a little bit of verbal on it, but maybe a short report or summary of how these things are connected, because it's going to be really, I think as we go through and evaluate the academic standards, it's important to recognize how it all trickles back to through assessment and student outcome cuts, proficiency cut scores, and CSI cut scores.
Yeah, I'm following what you're saying, but I'm, again, concerned that the indicators which we're talking about come at the end of a student's traveling through high school. They're at the end. Graduation rates, as a CTE, dual concurrent enrollment, those are not going to be giving us information like the statewide assessment that you're talking about gives individual student information back as well. We're talking about aggregate stuff at the end for a high school. So it doesn't turn around and say, this is what we have to do to try to better ourselves in 10th grade, 9th grade, or any other grade. It just says, overall, your school has a crummy graduation rate. This is a wonderful graduation rate. It doesn't.
And that's school related, that's school specific data, not student specific data.
That's right.
But it does relate to, I think, an indicator for the CSI.
It does, yeah. So those pieces taken together, that represents the performance-based accountability, so that PBAS. So when we were talking about 193.3B, that's the accountability for an opportunity for an adequate education. The criteria for CSI or TSI or ATS schools, that is our performance-based accountability system and the data that goes along with that. So I know that this is a very short kind of verbal explanation about this, but I will call out one of my colleagues here. Kieran Guang, who works within our bureau, has created a set of 12 videos, sort of an accountability 101 on our system that we could make available to this committee as well. We've put it on the website for school leaders who also have similar questions that want to understand the accountability system better.
That's very.
But that SAT doesn't give proficiency 1, 2, 3, or 4 levels. So it doesn't give us that information about a student.
It does. So because we use the SAT for our statewide assessment, we went through the same standard setting process with our high school teachers, and we identified different ranges of scores on the SAT that would correlate to proficiency at the junior level of high school. So depending on what a student scores on the SAT, they will still fall into a bucket of being below proficient, approaching proficient, or above proficient.
Wouldn't it be more useful than if we did it off the PSAT in the 10th grade so we can use some data to help us get those kids through grades 11 and 12?
Many students do take the PSAT within schools. A lot of districts offer that as preparation for leading up to the SAT. To do that at a state level, again, would just be an additional financial cost that we would have to take on.
But it's best practice. I know it.
I mean, we give it in 9th grade, but it does, I mean, the district has to buy it.
Yeah. Okay,
One brief follow-up.
sure.
One bit of data, thank you for taking my question. One bit of data that I haven't heard mentioned is any correlation between teacher preparation and student performance. It seems to me that we're not looking at the full picture if we're not also considering that. I think in particular the fact that English language learners are often taught by people who themselves have never been required to learn another language.
We had a pretty good discussion on this with the Higher Education Committee the other day on Friday. And we went all morning on that topic, so let's just jump over it right now. And go to page 5. Is there anything on page 5? Page 6.
On page 6, what statute are we in reading?
So, yeah, so we're in the assessment section. So we removed this because it's already referred to in the adequacy section, and we didn't need it defined in both sections. So adequacy refers back to the third grade reading assessment, and we don't need that here, so.
Is this a result of our getting rid of the third grade funding and adequacy?
So it was not done in correlation with that. That
Okay.
happened, it also happens to be being proposed in the budget simultaneously, but we just said, we were trying to remove duplicative language.
How about page 7? I think there's some questions here. In the first one where it says rulemaking, the State Board of Education that was in rules shall adopt rules. This one says may adopt rules. Why did you change it to may?
We changed it because we don't currently have assessment rules and we are functioning well, we believe. So we wanted to make that a may in case we did think we needed that clarification further, but we don't currently have rules and don't feel that needed around assessments.
I congratulate you on that one. We don't need any more rules.
We agree.
Okay. Areas of assessment. This is where we knocked out history, geography, civics, economics, etc. From the statewide assessment years ago and gave that to the local board. I'm all prepared to.
Yeah,
put it
I don't
back
think it's a
in.
change here. We literally just combined the two. We added an and then so it just reads together as one sentence rather than two sentences.
Well, they are different. There's a huge difference between the first sentence and the second sentence. One's local school, one's statewide assessment dealing with the reading, language, arts, mathematics, and science. The history, all that. So that's where we are right now. I understand that. I guess my biggest concerns on this page are on the bottom section there, 193C:6. And that is where we had PACE before, or a norm reference assessment, which could be used by a district in consultation with the department, and that would be considered part of the statewide assessment program.
So currently, the process that the department follows for that is a process that we do that in consultation with the U.S. Department of Education. So right now, the current law just talks about that we're allowed to do that, but it doesn't actually refer to the process being a process that needs to be enabled by the U.S. Department of Education, even though that has been the process that was approved and used for the PACE process. So all we did was clarify that it was if a process is offered by the U.S. Department of Education. And so there is currently language right now in the ESSA law that enables a school district to do this, but if they reauthorize ESSA into something else 5 or 6 years ago from now, and they remove that language, we won't be able to have that authority. So that's kind of, we just add some flexibility. We didn't feel that this changed the current process at all. We just felt like it just kind of explained what we were currently doing.
Yes, Representative Myler.
So with the removal of this language, will school districts still be allowed to do their own assessment?
So in order for a school district to do their own assessment, it has to be approved through a waiver process. And that's the clarification we made here. So districts can't just on their own go out and do their own locally developed assessment in place of the state assessment. If they were doing that, they would be in violation of many of the requirements of our title programs and would not be able to continue to receive federal funding as a school. So that's the clarification here is, yes, schools can do an alternative innovative assessment if it's approved through the department and the U.S. Department of Education.
So it has to be approved through the U.S. Department, not through the State Department, our State Department?
So generally the process is, and this is what we did with PACE, is we wrote a plan out for how we were going to do PACE, and then we submitted that to the U.S. Department of Education, and they approved a waiver that allowed the PACE districts to administer the PACE assessment as an alternative to the state assessment. And we need that waiver process because schools are required to participate in the state assessment process in exchange for receiving title dollars. And so if a school outside of that waiver process were to create their own test and stop using the state assessment, they would not be able to continue to receive that federal funding that they receive through the title programs.
Do they receive that waiver by going through you as a conduit
Yes.
to
So
get that waiver?
it's our department that submits the waiver. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Cascadden?
I would just suggest that you have language in there that says it's through a waiver process, just to clarify it. And schools, again, can still do performance-based assessments if they go through the waiver process with the U.S. Department of Ed. But we don't do PACE.
So it would be the New Hampshire Department of Education that would have to submit that waiver, right? So we currently do not have a waiver in place to be able to do
Okay,
it.
so the department would determine whether that goes to the federal level or not.
Yes. Yeah. And generally, we look to our stakeholder groups, things like the State Accountability Task Force, to determine, are we going to submit a waiver? What might that look like? What could a program be? There's a lot of, I think, discussion with the field initially when we began PACE as to what that's going to look like, how schools will implement it, and the structure of the particular waiver that we submitted.
Yes, Representative Woodcock and then Representative Dane.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm in the last block and going back to that line, it says, if such a program is offered by the department. So did I understand you to say that means if you already have a waiver in the department already? Is that what that means?
Yes.
So they couldn't create it? Would the department create a new waiver request by a local school district? Or does it have to be something that's already in place?
So we could, one of the requirements when we initially did PACE was that we had to show not only, was it a viable alternative to the state assessment, but it was something that could be scaled up and eventually become statewide. And so you couldn't put something into place that only one school district would do. You would have to show through that waiver process that it's something that would be scalable in the state and that multiple districts would want to take advantage of that. That was one of the challenges with the PACE program, is we had a ceiling in terms of the number of districts that wanted to participate in the program as an alternative to the state assessment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. So if I'm reading this correctly, there is a significant reduction in the amount of assessment because the current law has 3 grade levels where assessment happens, and the draft language has just 2. Is that correct?
So we wanted to clarify, because it did seem like it was a little bit vague in the original statute. So right now, we administer the state assessment in grades 3 through 8, and then once in the junior year for math and ELA. And then science is grades 5, 8, and 11. So science specifically is just 3 grades, and that follows the federal requirements. So those are grades we're required to assess students in.
Oh,
Yep.
so in the original language, when it says once in an elementary school grade, once in a middle school grade, and 1 grade in high school, that is not what is happening? Is that what you just told me?
That is correct.
And so what's in the new language is what is currently happening?
Yes.
It's not a reduction in practice.
Correct, yeah. So this is one of the changes we made to bring our current state statute in line with current practice. It may be that some of this language in the current statute was a holdover from No Child Left Behind, where assessment requirements from the feds may have been a little bit different than it is now with ESSA. But currently we assess in all those grades 3 through 8, and that's a requirement of our federal assessment program. So we weren't in violation necessarily of state statute. We were just, the federal law was more expansive than what was in our current state statute, and we wanted to align those two together with this change.
Thank you.
This is a real departure from what I can remember writing this section myself with Gene Chandler. And it gives the opportunity to a local school district, we want to use a different assessment. We'll consult with the department, so it will be part of the statewide assessment program, but we're going to move ahead and use the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, Stanford, we're going to use California Achievement, whatever test they want to do. And yes, they may not receive federal dollars, they may not want the federal dollars, but this allows them to just do this very thing. And the way it is right now, they can only do it if it's offered by the department and approved by the United States Department of Education. So this was a real effort on the part to really go to local control in terms of this assessment instrument. Now that's being taken away. It will no longer, if you're using some other assessment in your school, that will no longer be an assessment you can use if you're not using the statewide assessment.
So, yes, I think the way that, to your point, the way that was originally written, a school could say, we're not going to use the state test. We're not going to go through the waiver process. We're just going to use, say, the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. We understand we're not going to receive federal funds. We're not going to take the federal funds. And that would be all across all their title programs, so Title 1, 2, 4. The other issue with that, though, is that we would lose data on that particular school because our state assessment system, we've gone through and done some pretty rigorous standard setting over the course of multiple years in terms of constructing these tests. We don't have any of that data on any of these other assessments. So we wouldn't know what particular scores on those assessments equate to proficiency or not proficiency. We wouldn't have a way of getting the scores from those other tests that districts are using through our current data portals. So we wouldn't have any way of reporting out the data. So essentially those schools would kind of almost become like little black holes of data within the state. And we wouldn't be able to compare them across any other schools in the state because they'd be using different assessments.
See, the background on this was back when we were doing Smarter Balanced.
Well, that
test.
to do with that, but-
And when Common Core came in effect, there were some districts very upset over having to, so they upped their ante, they went beyond the standards and then wanted to go the direction of their own. That's when PACE came into play. So it seems to me we're just kind of moving away from that concept. And everybody's going to have to do the same thing.
The other thing that was sorry, no.
Go ahead, Representative Cascadden.
No, I didn't want
No,
All right, since the department doesn't support PACE districts any longer, do you still have districts in the state, or do you have any idea how many will use a PBAS system?
So all schools are required to use the PBAS system, and that's based off of all the different indicators within the ESSA plan. So it's not based off of PACE. When we had PACE districts, their scores were equated with the state assessment scores, and that was one of the reasons why it became challenging to continue to use PACE when the federal grant went away, because there was a significant chunk of money that we had to pay to a vendor to be able to take the PACE scores,
Right.
do a statistical analysis of those scores, and equate them to the scores of students taking the regular assessment so that they could all be reported together. And you could compare a PACE school to a traditional school using the traditional assessments. Without those dollars, without the ability to do all that statistical analysis, we would have had to run two different accountability systems. And the accountability law within state statute still requires schools to meet all the different state accountability requirements, which are currently based off of our state assessment. So there's a question there of what would accountability look like for a school that might be using a different system. We were able to build a lot of that with PACE using the money that we had. But without having a pretty significant investment of money, it's very difficult to do comparisons of multiple assessment and accountability systems.
But yet schools need to do both input-based and performance-based now, where at one point they had a choice.
They did have a choice. I think it was up until 2019 and it was
Right.
changed. And so now that they have to do the performance-based accountability system, which is aligned to this assessment, if we didn't have a way to compare them, they automatically would fail PBAS in theory, or they would have to be exempt, which there's no ability to exempt a school right now from the performance-based accountability system. And so we would not be able to measure them and then ensure that they're providing an adequate education.
yes, Representative
Yeah,
Myler.
I think we need to pause for a moment here. We've used the term PACE throughout this morning, and my sense is members of this committee have no idea what you're even talking about. So could you please define
No, you can do it.
the PACE program, why it was done, because I think we've used it several times this morning, and I think it's very relevant to the conversation we're having here. Thank you.
Yeah, so PACE is an acronym. It stood for Performance Assessment of Competency Education. And the PACE program was a specific program that used performance-based assessments in place of the state assessment. Performance-based assessments require a student to be engaged in a more real-world type problem that may require them to create or to think critically about a particular situation and answer multiple questions involved with a particular performance task. It's a little bit more involved than a traditional, say, multiple choice test. So there is a difference in the type of assessment. It also requires more work on the part of teachers because you're grading that performance assessment through the use of rubrics and coming up with a score that you can then use for accountability. It was run for a number of years. We had a number of PACE districts that were using those performance tasks in place of the state assessment.
The
So,
department
if
funded,
I may,
let me just clarify. So the department had received the waiver we were talking from the U.S. Department of Education to use this in place of our traditional state assessment system. So as we went through the whole process of applying to the U.S. Department of Education, receiving that waiver process, we'd also received some large grants. I believe it was multi-million-dollar grants from Nellie Mae and a few other national partners that funded this program. And as over time, we didn't have the funding to continue this program, and Nate kind of just expressed some of the the challenges of that. We could no longer implement the program. So now the department discontinued PACE, but is still implementing a statewide assessment, which is just our regular statewide assessment in the grades 3 through 8 and 11, and it's called New Hampshire SAS.
If I may, just to clarify, so students would then have to demonstrate that they can perform the competency or demonstrate the competency. Is a bit different than just marking an exam of a multiple choice. It was a much deeper level of understanding of whatever the topic might be that they were studying. And I think at the time, it really became a model for the nation as it relates to at least competency-based education. So I just thank you for the clarification. I think people now understand a little bit more.
Representative Lucas?
Is there a reason we can't just have the whole state doing PACE? So we're not having to compare two systems? Just, that sounds like a much better system to me.
It's much more expensive.
Even if you're not trying to compare the two systems, if you're just using that, it's still more expensive? Because why?
The costs are not associated, the higher cost is not the cost of using both systems. It was the cost of implementing the system in general. It was
So
just,
part of the reason, so the state assessment is administered through computers. It's digital, it's adaptive. So as students move through the assessment, depending on how they're answering questions on that state test, the test is automatically going to either give them more challenging or slightly easier questions as the test identifies where the student's proficiency lies. And that's once you've built the test, it's really just kind of maintaining that system and keeping it going. With performance-based tasks, you have to generate new performance tasks for students at every grade level every year, and you have to train all the teachers who are going to be administering those. So the training requirements of being able to work with those teachers, train them, develop the items, and then do all the grading, because you have to have multiple teachers individually grade those items after the students completed them. The time commitment, the resources, and the training was significantly larger than the state assessment system. And that was one of the reasons why it became challenging to get more districts to buy into it, because of the time commitment and the training commitment on their teachers. So we were paying teachers additional money to do the training, to do the scoring, to be involved in that.
Thank you.
Further questions on this page? Let's move on then to page 8. On the last, at the bottom of page 8, there's a Roman 5. It says, "Department shall provide the testing entity with individual pupil names and unique pupil identifiers and other student demographic or statistical information." What do you mean by other?
Sure. So one of the reasons that we've added that in is the assessment vendor that we use for this. At the end of every year, when they go through the data, they do a lot of statistical analysis for us to make sure that the test is valid and reliable. And one of the things that they do for many of the other states, but not for New Hampshire, is they look to see how are students performing on individual test questions based upon their demographics. So, for example, if we're looking at free and reduced lunch students, students in our lower socioeconomic groups, how are they performing across each of the different questions that students in those groups are seeing? But because our vendor doesn't have that kind of demographic information, they can't provide us with that level of analysis on the exam. And that's something that they do for all of the other states that use their test. New Hampshire is the only one that we're not able to receive some of that information. We've worked with U.S. Department of Education on this. It is a requirement of peer review for state exams. You provide that level of statistical analysis. What we've done in the past is we've provided the U.S. Department of Education with information from other states that also use this test. But unfortunately, that's just a best guess as to how those groups in New Hampshire would be performing because we don't have that analysis. So I think providing this information it gives us another level of looking at the test and making sure the test is really performing the way that we want it to, and that students are performing across all the different questions that we've built into the test.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I don't have it in front of me, but several years ago, we revised the language in terms of what data we could provide the testing entity. And we mentioned address earlier. But I don't recall anything being put into statute about providing this other demographic data related to those students. Can you help me with that?
So that would be a new change, is providing those additional demographic variables. So the testing vendor is not necessarily going to be looking at individual students. They're looking to see groups of students. So, on particular questions, if you have a question that performs well in one particular subgroup of students, but performs poorly in another subgroup of students, that's information that's helpful for the department to know. Why is it that on these particular test questions, one particular subgroup of students is performing poorly? It could be that there's something that we're missing with that subgroup of students from an instructional perspective, but it could also mean that that test question itself is written in a way that is biased towards a particular group of students. And so that may not be a question that we include on future versions of the test. So it's a way for us to make sure that the test continues to remain high quality year to year, and it provides us good information instructionally to then provide out to districts and teachers.
Representative Myler?
All right, I want to, thank you. I want to address the SAT and the ACT. Prior to having this become the high school exam, we had received reports from actually students and teachers that this particular exam taken in the 10th grade or the 11th grade, whichever it happens to be, was kind of a joke. Didn't take it seriously, so the reliability of the results of that data was fairly suspect. This committee, as well as this legislature, made a decision to go with the SAT and the ACT for a couple of reasons. One, it would allow a standardized test that was more serious, frankly, than the one that they were taking before. Secondly, it provided an incentive for students who were taking this that scored better than they thought they would, that would say, well, maybe I should go to college. So, and the feedback that I've gotten from superintendents and teachers, et cetera, that this is a very serious exam that they now take, a much different way than it was in the past, that it is successful. So my question to you is, why would we change that? The other issue is when it says select one or more vendors, how is that going to provide some sense of standardization across the exam field, if you may? So the question is, why would you want to change this at this point in time, other than it may provide some costs to the department?
So, you may remember the original bill back in 2015 or whatever, when we put that, said the department shall use SAT. That was the language the department requested. The legislature did not accept the word shall and put the word may in there. So the current law, the department may use the College Board or SAT as an assessment vendor. The department still may do this. This language right here doesn't enable or require the department to do anything. We are still enabled to use SAT through our state contracting process. But so all we're doing is we shall essentially select vendors, one of which may be the SAT. The department is actually proposing right now an additional 5-year contract extension with the SAT to continue to administer that at the 11th grade level. The additional vendors, so we do currently have multiple vendors through our assessment process. So right now we have a an English language learner assessment, which is a vendor called WIDA. We have a assessment vendor called Dynamic Learning Maps, which is a special education vendor. We have Cambium, which implements New Hampshire SAS, which previously we used Smarter Balance, which is the 3 through 8 assessment, and then SAT, which is the assessment in the 11th grade. So we already have additional vendors. So we would still use the same vendor for the same measurement. So if we were assessing 3rd grade reading across the state, we would have maybe one vendor that does that. So right now that's SAS. Also, luckily enough, we have the same vendor that does the 3rd grade math test, which is also the New Hampshire SAS, which is Cambium. But we would still use the same measurement across the state for the same subgroups. But we would have potentially different vendors, and we would still potentially use SAT. So all we're doing is referring to the state contracting process, essentially requiring the department to do an RFP, go to governor and council, all of the process we currently follow. But we're getting rid of the specific reference to College Board because the current language does not actually require the department to do anything.
Well, it may not require it, but it has been doing it. And there was, at the time when he did this, as I recall, there was rumored to be a suspected vendor that had a particular bias that was very troubling to this committee. And so you can understand my suspicion of why this is being changed, because frankly, notwithstanding what you're saying, Caitlin, about the ability, but the history of the SAT, I'm particularly looking at the SAT, has been so successful that I really question taking that as an alternative out of it.
So,
notwithstanding what you're saying about your 5-year commitment, et cetera.
Well, and I agree, but if the department wanted to change our assessment right now, we could, because it says may. It doesn't say shall. It says we may use that, or we may use whatever vendor you're talking about under the current law. We actually felt that by referring to the state contracting process and specifically putting in this year, so now it need to go to governor and council, that actually strengthened the process and took probably more freedom away from the department to specify that we must go through the contracting process. But we can use whatever vendors right now that we want to based on this law. This law doesn't, anytime there's a may, we may do it, we may not do it.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Looking at this, this paragraph here on page 8, and obviously that follows where 193C:6 started on page 7, and it talks about on page 7 where a school district may choose to participate in a locally developed alternative assessment program in place of the statewide assessment. I'm wondering if maybe to satisfy Representative Myler's concern here, that we expand that to be public schools may use the ACT or SAT to satisfy the statewide assessment, and that's in the event that the department chooses a different assessment, or maybe depending upon how the department is led, chooses an assessment that really goes maybe against the educational programming at most of our public schools. So at least it would give our public schools, both chartered public schools and school districts, the ability to continue to use the SAT and ACT. Would that be and be consistent with what's being done right now, what's being taught in schools, and consistent with the ability for schools to select their own statewide assessment test?
So that could be one possibility. Absolutely. We've looked at a couple of different, different ways of drafting this or language because, as Caitlin mentioned, we are getting great data from the SAT. We're in the middle of signing on with or in the negotiations for another 5-year contract, so that would put the SAT for the next 5 years as well as the assessment that we're using, regardless of the language here in the statute. We could add some additional definitions as well around the type of assessment that is. There are definitions for different types of assessments that come directly from the federal ESSA law. One of those is a nationally recognized high school academic assessment, which is an assessment of high school students' knowledge and skills administered in multiple states and recognized by institutions of higher education in those or other states for the purposes of entrance or placement into courses in post-secondary education or training programs. And so the SAT would fit that definition. So having that definition in there means that we want to select an assessment at that level that meets this definition, and the SAT meets that definition. There may be other assessments that other states may use that may not meet that definition, but this comes right from the federal ESSA law. And so that could be another way of putting it in there, that no matter what assessment we use, it's got to meet this particular federal definition, which we know the SAT does.
Representative McDonald, did you have your hand up earlier?
I was just continuing along the same line of reasoning relating to the SAT or ACT. From what was stated, it doesn't seem like changing the language would really change the practice. So I'm just wondering if removing SAT and ACT from the statute, if that's part of a larger discussion to really move away from these tests. We've had testimony on other bills relating to student mental health, and knowing that these standardized tests, in particular the SAT, is a huge source of anxiety for students. I'm curious if the reasoning for this is related to that as well.
Not necessarily, no. So one of the reasons why we wanted to pull specific reference to a vendor out is because a relationship between a state and a vendor does go both ways. And so while we want to use the SAT as a statewide assessment, it also means that College Board has to do specific things on their end for us through that contract that they don't have to do for students that are just administering the SAT. There's a whole data relationship part there, as well as peer review. Peer review is a year to 2 year long process of reviewing an assessment statistically by the state, by the vendor, by U.S. Department of Education to make sure that that assessment meets the federal requirements for a state assessment. College Board down the road could decide that's more work than we necessarily want to do. We're not going to do that. And if we have specific statutes that are calling out a vendor, even if we may want to use them, if they decide they're not now going to meet that definition, it would be a difficult position that we would be in to try to use a vendor that now doesn't meet a particular definition because the vendor's being called out in our state statute. Now, we don't that's a hypothetical, right? We don't expect that to occur. We have a great relationship with all of our vendors. And again, as Caitlin said, we're working on that contract now with SAT. We think we get really good data from the SAT. It's just, in our minds, in terms of any relationship with any vendor, it's always safer to not specifically call out a vendor name within the statute because you don't know what's going to happen 5 years down the road, 10 years or 15 years down the road. So crafting a state statute that ensures a particular type of assessment as opposed to calling out a specific vendor name just provides the department a little bit more flexibility. But we're not looking to change anything in terms of our current practice with this change.
Representative Cascadden?
I agree with you. I mean, vendor names really should not be in statute, but we have so much faith in the SAT that you could, and it makes me nervous not having any reference to that, in particular to the high school level. And I just wondered if you would consider that sentence on the left, the department may use, doesn't say shall use, for high school assessment, and add that to your new section 4.
I think that if the committee has that much faith in the SAT, you should change the law to a shall. But it does nothing the way it is right now. So if you're saying what New Hampshire wants to do going forward in perpetuity is use SAT, change it till the department shall use SAT. And then we don't even need to deal with all the RFP process and all of that comes with it. So.
I actually like that idea.
Oh.
There you go. When we initially looked at the ACT versus the SAT, we had consultants from both organizations here testifying and providing us information. Are there still students in the state taking the ACT?
There are students that take
Yes.
ACT. It's just not used as a state assessment in the 11th grade. And that's all we're talking about right now. We're talking about the one common metric that the state is using for accountability purposes, for state and federal accountability purposes, and ensuring that schools are providing an adequate education. What that measure is right now is being measured through the SAT. School kids take SATs many times. We know that kids take PSATs, take the ACT, but the metric that we are using for our state and federal accountability purposes is the SAT.
Yep. Further on this page, yes, Representative Cordiello.
Okay, so this is in regards also to the SAT, and I do think it's good that you've changed it so you don't mention a specific vendor. What I question is the possibility of the College Board being a vendor, because I question the validity of the SAT as a good indicator for evaluating the public schools. Many students take tutoring courses because even though a lot of colleges no longer require the SAT, it's still something that, you know, with some of these competitive schools that you want to do well on. And so there's many students who take these courses, and so wouldn't that skew a little bit so that if you use that as an assessment for the public schools, it's kind of bringing in to the equation the use of resources outside the public schools, such as these tutoring companies and such.
I don't think we'd be able to get away from tutoring. I think we see tutoring for many students across a lot of different areas. I know I've used tutoring services for some of my own kids when they've come home with a bad report card in 7th grade, and we thought we've got to get a math tutor for Maddie. Let's get that going. The SAT is changing the format of their assessment a little bit as well. I think they've started to shift to doing this assessment for more states as an accountability measure. The SAT historically has been paper-based. It's been a single form. Every student has taken the same SAT. They're now moving more towards an assessment style that matches our current state assessment, which is adaptive. So now it's more based on the student's performance on each individual question. So students go in and take a question. They may receive a slightly more challenging question or slightly easier question, depending on how students are performing on that, on pieces of the SAT. So I do think the assessment itself is shifting and finding ways of really actually measuring student proficiency in those particular areas. But you're right, I think there's always going to be, you know, some students that have different advantages because they've accessed tutoring opportunities, after school opportunities, things like that. And we know there are a lot of opportunities geared towards the SAT and the ACT because of their role in college placement.
And many high schools give those SAT prep type classes. So they're available to every kid in the school. Representative Cordelli?
Yes, just in relation to the tutoring, the department has a contract currently, so tutoring is available through tutor.com at no cost to every student. And I believe that does include some SAT related instruction with their tutoring service.
It does, but it also may include tutoring for a third grader that needs reading assistance.
Exactly,
So.
right, yes.
Any further comments on this page? Representative Lekis?
I'm going back to the Section 5 discussion, and I'm wondering if you can be more specific about what other student demographic or statistical information is. I mean, you mentioned free and reduced lunch, but what all are you collecting?
So this would be the primary subgroups that we report out on. So that would include things like free and reduced lunch, students with disabilities, the ethnic and racial groups that we collect information on, and what's the other? Oh yeah, we have some smaller groups, military connected, students in foster care, as well as English language learners. So those are sort of the primary groups. So for example, with that demographic information, we'd be able to compare how students with disabilities did on components of the test versus general education population. Or how did the free and reduced population students do in comparison with, say, students with disabilities or the general education population? It gives us another measure to make sure that our test is a valid and reliable test for all of our students in the state.
Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Isn't the SAT that we're currently providing for our high school students, it's not the same, it doesn't cover everything that's available. For example, I heard that it doesn't have the writing component in it, for example. It's not the totality of if I was going to just take this by myself, getting ready to go to school. But am I correct in that?
It is the same. It includes writing.
It does include writing,
Okay.
yes.
So it is the same,
It is.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
thank you for that
And
clarification.
that was something that we made sure to add it because I know that early on when we first talked about adopting the SAT, there was a discussion around would it just be the reading and math sections, or would we include that writing? And that is part of the statewide contract that we have.
We did when we added that, and we held it as an important benefit for all students in the state to have equal access to the SAT, and that included if you need the writing portion for college entry. We wanted to make sure that the kids that were taking that as part of the 11th grade assessment, that was the only time they were taking that test, they weren't being excluded from that. So,
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. As regards the other groups that you just identified, the subgroups, would that data be available to schools, individual schools, so they could improve their instruction? Or would it be just for the statewide analysis of that?
So that data is currently available to schools because schools already have the demographic information. And so when they, download their assessment data into their student information systems, they can look across their own student demographics because they have that. This would be more done at an internal state level, not necessarily for any kind of external reporting, because we do some external reporting on subgroups already. This is really just for when internally my staff are looking at the assessment and looking at that data, is the assessment doing what the vendor is telling us it should be doing? So it's really not for public reporting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. So, I guess my question is around, again, shall select one or more vendors through statewide contracting process. So the selection is basically a process that the contracting process, I assume, is with RFPs and goes through the executive council, that sort of thing. But so when you propose these vendors, who actually, what process is used to select them? And then the fact that you say one or more vendors, does that mean that schools will have a choice of what they'll be able to do? Will you have like let's say two or three vendors that, one school wants to do a classical education, so they're going to take that particular vendor, and another school is going to be a school that really focuses on college prep, and so they want that vendor.
So it doesn't give schools the choice, but we have to provide different types of tests as part of our state assessment requirements. So for example, the SAT only looks at reading, writing, and mathematics. It does not include science in the SAT. So we have a second vendor, Cambium, that provides a science test for our juniors. So when 11th graders take the test, they take the SAT for the reading and the math, but then they also take a science portion that's provided by our other vendor, Cambium. So when we talk about one or more vendors, it's to make sure that we're satisfying all the different requirements, and not every vendor does every test. The DLM is another great example. They provide a test for students that have severe cognitive disabilities that can't take any of the other assessment instruments that we have. And so those are assessments that are geared specifically and scaffolded in a way to provide instructional information for those students that we wouldn't be able to get that kind of information on the other assessment systems.
Okay, let's move on. I'd like to get through 193C before lunch, and then we can do EE later, which is another couple pages. Anything on page 9? I think this page just has stuff that, the number of kids, which you have to have 11 or more before you're going to, it's the number of kids taking the test before you get some kind of information. And if you only have 3 kids in a school, pretty easy to find out who they were, protecting information.
So that's been one of my interesting things, was to try to see, the test results of some of the smaller number of schools. And, when 1 or 2 people take the SATs or something like that, it really isn't very telling about what the school is doing. So is there any indication that if a school, because parents can opt their kids out, and they get a minimum size of less than 11, is there anything that the State Department does to try to encourage or help that school or come and talk to the parents about why it's important to take the testing so that more students are involved?
I have had many, and my staff have had many conversations with superintendents and principals around parent opt-outs, and providing additional information if we can directly to schools or districts, or helping school leaders with elements of that communication out to their community. Under state law right now, parents can opt out, and they have that ability to do so. So it definitely does affect our data reporting. It can affect it in many different ways, but it's not necessarily something that schools can prevent parents from doing either, because state law currently does give them that right to opt out.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I just point out that Roman 4 in current law is changed up above, similar to questions about the test entity and student-provided data on the previous page that I think we need to look at closely as a committee if we're going to make those changes.
I think we kind of felt that 8 might have been an arbitrary number, and we wanted to just say, like, what should that be? Is there a time where we may need to have more flexibility around that, especially if we have had many conversations about a kindergarten assessment and things like that. But we wanted to make sure that there was a very clear path forward to having a destruction policy in place, and so we thought that would be better determined in a contract with the vendors versus that.
My only concern is handing over to the department determination of that, taking it away from the legislature.
If you don't mind, so I think the department would also, if that were to stay here, we need clarification around what does 8 years mean? Is it 8 years from individual student records? Is it 8 years from a particular contract? Is it 8 years based off of a grade that was tested? Because that changes the records that are going to be destroyed. And so to say just 8 years is not specific enough for us to be able to communicate to that vendor what does 8 years mean.
So if you are to do something in accordance with the new language proposed here, what would be your timeline, as determined by the state contract? What would you try to negotiate to get in as far as the turnaround of information or destroying it?
I think we would look to see what are some exemplary examples of student data privacy and records retention destruction rules that are out there. There may be examples already within the state, possibly in other departments, or even in other programs within our department. But we don't have something specifically proposed here. I think we were looking for just the ability to have a little bit more clarity if we could put together an actual data retention schedule with requirements around data destruction than what's currently in law. Because 8 years was, one, possibly arbitrary, and two, it's a little bit too vague to have a really robust data privacy record destruction schedule.
Okay, good. Yes, Representative Tanner?
Just thank you. Just on a follow-up where you've eliminated down at the bottom of the page, a school district shall not be, I assume, be penalized any exempted student, nor shall the Department of Education or State Board of Education penalize any school district for a lower participation rate. You've taken that out?
So this is an area that we actually wanted to have a discussion with the committee on, because we actually, right now, the way that the federal law works is we are required to essentially have a penalty for students that are opted out. Federally, if a student opts out of the assessment that's required to assess, that score is counted as a 0. So then if a school had a high number of students that were opting out, the school would have lower scores that were being used for the purpose of accountability. That's required federally. We don't have the ability to do anything about that. If we have a state accountability system, maybe we want to talk about for the state accountability system that there shall be maybe not any penalties, but we don't have any flexibility around the federal side of things. So we were bringing that forward as a discussion point because technically right now we are penalizing those schools because of that.
So you're saying that in the state reporting to the feds, you can penalize, they want you to penalize for non-participation.
Correct.
So if you report it that way to the feds, that's how you're reporting it to statewide.
Right now, we're not delineating it for a state purposes. We could potentially do that.
But at this point, you are actually going against the current law and you are penalizing.
Because we are required by the federal law to do so.
Right.
Representative Cascadden, then Representative Belcher.
So does that reference, when you have to penalize, say, a student just for a matter of conversation, isn't there a threshold that in the requirement that each school has to have at least a 95% participation rate?
Correct.
So anybody within that 5%,
That is
is that what the feds say you have to
Yes. So
penalize them?
Yeah. So
No,
Within
below.
yes. So it's
Below the
anybody below
threshold.
the 95% threshold.
Okay.
So the state law right now, we could match it exactly with what the federal law says. We could, we didn't really know what direction to go in right now
Yeah.
because we need to implement the federal law and the state law. So
And what's that threshold of participation?
the state law has, well, this is the state law. It just says the state shall not penalize anybody. But because we haven't been traditionally running state accountability, we need to talk about what we should be doing for state accountability. So right now we have this issue where the state and federal law contradict each other. The department's a little confused in which direction to go, and we're kind of
We had
bringing
this
this forward.
discussion before, and we
Yeah.
knew the 95% level.
Yeah.
So that's why we wrote it in the way it is. There were some schools at that time dealing with the instrument we were using, there were questions.
So the
And there were
federal
some
level?
going over it.
Okay.
So I think at the time when we wrote this in, this was prior to the authorization of ESSA, which specifically required school districts or the Department of Education to count those scores as a zero. Before there was just a kind of a question: is if a school didn't meet the 95%, they may lose any or all of federal funding. So that was kind of always the conversation that had been had. And then when U.S. Department of Education reauthorized ESSA, that's when they came in and they said, all right, don't take their federal funding away, but count those scores as a zero to kind of have that metric be the same across all districts, or all schools rather.
Yes.
So is the federal level at 95% participation?
Yes.
Okay. And the state did not adopt the same percentage?
No, there's no percentage in the state law.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly return to Rep. Cordelia's line of questioning on the destruction of student data. I think it doesn't make sense to have an arbitrary year on there necessarily, because as you said, kindergarten through 12 probably. But in order to work with this, I think we all need to understand, is there any at all rationale for if the third party maintaining these student records after graduation for any period of time or after disenrollment?
So SAT, for example, is a great example of that. Right now, there's a variety of reasons why you may want your SAT 10 years after you've taken the SAT. For example, if you're becoming a certified teacher and you need to take the Praxis, you can opt out of Praxis 1, is it? If you have achieved a certain score on the SAT, which is a great benefit. We're trying to actually make that more well known. But that if I wanted to be a certified teacher right now, I would have to go and find my SAT score from early 2000s. And hopefully College Board has it because I have no record of it. But
And if I may follow up, is there any current process, or could there reasonably any reason why the school districts could not maintain those records instead of a private entity, third party?
well, first of all, it does actually say in here that so statewide assessment results of a student's shall not be included on the student's transcripts. And so typically a school maintains student transcripts, but not additional records on behalf of that. So that the law actually prevents that right now. But a lot of those, they wouldn't necessarily be accepted directly from a school district. It would mean, for the SAT example, it would need to come as a directly certified from the College Board.
Thank you.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Going back to the 95%, how many schools do we have in New Hampshire that have participation levels below that 95%?
So I don't know off the top of my head, but one of the things you can do with the iPlatform system is the participation rate is an indicator. So within the data system we have on our website, you can select that as an indicator, and that will show you the participation rate for all schools and districts in the state, and you can rank it. So you'll be able to see, from lowest participation rate to highest participation rate and get a count of those schools.
And to follow up on that, and so does the or let me ask it another way, could the participation rate or could a low participation rate contribute to a school being identified as a CSI school?
Absolutely, yeah. So just to kind of clarify the way that that's reported out, so we have the percentages of proficient that we report on iReport. So a school might report out that they're 65% proficient. That's just the proficiency of the students who took the test. So as an example, if 70% of your kids took the test, 65% of the 75% were proficient. So it's not proficiency of everybody because we don't have that data. We're missing 30%. So the zeros aren't factored in that way. It really is just the proficiency of the kids who took the test. But then when you go to look at the ESSA indicators and whether schools CSI or TSI, that's where we factor those zeros in. So a school might have 65% proficient, which would not get them labeled as a CSI school. But if they're missing 30% of their students and now count as zeros, that 65% is going to drop down to 40, 30 something percent. And now that school is being identified as underperforming because they're missing data. And that is where it's counted. So absolutely, I would hazard a guess that we definitely have CSI schools that were impacted by participation rates in one form or another.
And in those cases, yeah, they're being identified as CSI schools by the formula, but it may not necessarily be indicative of the student performance in those schools.
Correct. Yeah.
Representative McDonald?
Thanks. Could you direct me to where I can find this contradictory federal law?
Yeah, so the federal law is the Every Student Succeeds Act. Is
so
the
it's
ESSA.
ESSA?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's within the section 1101 or 1111, I think, but I can send you the specific reference.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready to move on? Yep, okay. We've been talking on page 10. Because we went over the top of page 10 there, we're asking why take that out. Why are we not keeping the portion there in the top where it says school district shall develop a form, and it takes out, the alternative situation. If a kid doesn't take the test, you provide an alternative.
Sure. So the particular language in here, we had some discussions with some superintendents in districts where they had high percentages of parent opt-out. And one of the things that they had struggled with was the language here that says the alternative activity shall be agreed upon by the school district and the parent or legal guardian. And there have been struggles within the field for districts and parents to agree on what that alternative activity is going to be. And we haven't been able to provide a lot of resolution necessarily to that issue because the statute just says they both have to agree on it. And so rather than have a requirement here that the field is struggling to implement because it seems like there's some parents, when they opt out, want to keep their kids home that day, or they want their kids to be able to participate in a study hall. The school may say, well, we're going to have them do this activity over here while the other students don't have to do that. It's been a contention within the field. So just to sort of remove that, because it seemed to not really be happening, we pulled that language out of this particular statute. And that was a conversation we'd had with superintendents.
Okay, any other items on that page? Why did it change it from commissioner to department down the bottom there?
The commissioner, well, you know more about the legal part of that.
Commissioner shall adopt rules.
Yeah, so it's the commissioner doesn't adopt rules. It's actually the State Board of Education that
State board
adopts
does.
rules.
Well, I was wondering why
So-
even have the department.
But yeah, I guess you could put it the State Board of Education. But we were trying anytime where it says the commissioner shall specifically do something. Well, we know the commissioner doesn't have the capacity to do every single thing where it says the commissioner shall do it in law. So we tried to make it more generic that if it says the department will do it, I might do it, Nate might do it, maybe the commissioner will do it, but just kind of in the state board, I think there's just some confusion when you said something like the commissioner do it, and people are oftentimes looking for the commissioner to be the actual person doing it rather than the department as a whole. And then again with the may versus shall, we don't currently have rules around that, so we changed it to a may.
Would it be wise to put state board in there? Because that's the outfit that does it.
I think,
He recommends, or
Yeah,
the department recommends, but
and I think we would have to go back and look through the rules, or the laws, but the majority of the time where it talks about rules, it says the department shall recommend the rules. It doesn't say this, the state board or it says the
I
department
know
shall
we
adopt
did
rules.
the department when we were doing some legislation for the ag people across the street, and it had the department may make rules.
Yeah, it's definitely inconsistent throughout this whole book. So
Representative Dry?
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to continue this. Just, there's a difference between recommend rules and adopt rules. I mean, who finally votes on the final version? Maybe that's the person that shall be the shall.
the state board.
Delcar's involved too. Representative Damon?
Thank you. I'm going back to the topic at the earlier part of the page about students who opt or whose parents opt them out of the testing. So you mentioned some parents wanting to keep their children home and some wanting them to have study hall. What else happens for those students? Frankly, those seem like inadequate options to me.
I'm not sure I'd be able to tell you. We could reach out to some schools and find out maybe on a case by case basis the types of alternative activities provided. But
After having been in a school trying to do this, you run down to personnel because at some point it's every adult in the building helping with the testing. So if there's a large group from different grades not participating in the test, finding something to do with them that's educational is virtually impossible. Because even you have to have people available if the teacher needs to take a break or go to the bathroom, you have to have some. So, you know, it's hard. It's a big problem. You know, especially if a lot of people opt out.
Thank you.
Further questions on this page? Next page is where we start with adequate education. So perhaps it's a good time to take a break and come back. Are you able to come back?
we're here all day.
You got it all day. Okay, so let's come back and start this thing at 1 o'clock. Gives about 45 minutes for lunch.
10 past.
Yeah, well, that would follow this. Yeah. Okay.
Do they have standardized settings or
Nate, Caitlin was waiting for you to bring her lunch back to her. Oh, it's- Good answer. Yeah. Okay, let's continue here. We dropped off on page 11 where you see chapter 193E, adequate public education. Are there any questions from the committee for Caitlin and Nate on this page? Deals with, go ahead.
So one thing, because you're going to see it throughout here, and I just want to explain what we're doing. So previously, this refers to the minimum standards for public school approval. So a section of the minimum standards for public school approval, but not all of it. So it's this section of the law is specifically talking about the criteria for an adequate education. That is actually the title right now that's used in law, but then it refers to the public school minimum standards approval. So what we wanted to do, because it was getting, this is kind of with the terminology, the number of times that we use the word standards and competencies, everything throughout this, it's hard to figure out. We also have minimum standards about data privacy, security approval, and those are minimum standards. So we're not changing the content of the minimum of the criteria for an adequate education. All we are doing is we're changing the reference to minimum standards for public school approval to the criteria for an adequate education, which is already the title in law, and using that throughout here, just to help people understand what the difference in those kind of terms are. So I just want, you'll see that, and that's really what that is. There are a few, I think, that we might actually need to go back in and double check that we might have missed, so we'll have to check that as we go through, but that's really what the intent is.
Representative Myler?
So, if I understand what you're saying, you're basically trying to provide some consistency rather than having minimum standards here, school district curriculum here.
Yes,
It's just to have it consistent.
exactly, because there's a whole section of public minimum standards for public school approvals that are in rules that is not what this right here is referring to, and so that's very confusing, so.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher, and then Representative Leckes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we make that change here to criteria for an adequate education, because of the way adequate education was suggested in the Supreme Court decision sometime back, Claremont, I believe it was, how would changing this language in this law that applies an adequate education specifically with these criteria to a public school education, how would that impact non-public school education, as opposed to, could we still say that's an adequate education they're receiving if we do this?
So this section, RSA 193E, is specifically to public schools. It's not for non-public schools. So no changes for non-public schools at all.
Thank you.
Representative Leckes?
That basically answered what I was going to ask.
Are there any, yes, Representative Cascadden?
I'm struggling a little bit with not having any type of reference of the minimum standards for public school approval coupled with adequate education. Does one mean the same, or are we separating them so they mean two different things?
So yes and no. Right now, when we talk about the criteria for an adequate education, there are 12 different bullets within 193E2A that refer to specific sections of the minimum standards.
Yeah.
And so that's what this particular section is calling out. And we want to make sure that, we're clarifying when we talk about the minimum standards for public school approval, there are a lot of things that are in there that aren't called out specifically in 193E2A. And that's the clarification we're trying to make here, is it's not the full minimum standards, but it's specifically the minimum standards related to the criteria for an adequate education.
And aren't they both required?
They are, yes.
It's all.
This particular occurrence of this.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so there are places in the section that refer to the minimum standards as defined by RSA 193E2A, And you, instead of saying minimum standards as defined in there, you can just say the criteria for an adequate education. It's the same thing as opposed to referencing a set of rules through a statute. We can just reference a statute, and then that statute references the rule.
I think too, if I may, this comes under the section entitled adequate public education. So my sense is when you refer to education, it's it's under that area, so it's for public education.
Correct. And you'll see as we go through the different sections of accountability, for example, when we talk about IBAS, the input-based accountability system, the IBAS only references those 12 sections in the criteria for an adequate education, which you can find in the minimum standards. And so throughout the accountability sections here, we want to make sure that we're not referring to the minimum standards in its entirety, but just the section of the minimum standards relative to our state assessment or relative to our accountability system, which it calls out specifically that 193E2A section. So from a policy perspective, it doesn't change anything. It just changes the title of what we're referencing to make it more clear.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. What you just said made me think that it could mean that if we're only testing math, English, history, science, that then becomes the only criteria for an adequate education rather than the minimum standards.
So the criteria is still listed here in law. All we changed is the name, but if you go to page, starting on through the definitions, let's see. But if you start on page 17, that's where it defines what the criteria is. So right now it's a substantive educational content for an adequate education. In current law, we changed the term, the specific criterion. Actually, we left the word minimum standards in here. This is an area we should have fixed.
Well, that actually should be, because this is where it makes the connection to minimum standards. So here where it says, this is the criteria for an adequate education, it is the minimum standards in these areas. And that's the clarification. Is the minimum standards and rule is a very extensive document, but the criteria for an adequate education is called out in statute as these particular sections of the minimum standards. And that's what we want to make sure that we're being clear about is there are times where we're talking about all of the minimum standards, and there are times where we're talking about just the minimum standards called out in this particular statute.
So we're just, essentially what we're doing is trying to use a title to refer to a specific, so people are not confused about all of them across the board.
So you're not redefining or trying to define adequacy.
No, the definition that's in current law is still here in this document, just later on in this document.
Gotcha.
So I'm not quite all there myself yet. I'm looking at 193E:2-A, which is the delivery or the substantive educational content of an adequate education. And there it says under Roman 4, the minimum standards for public school approval for the areas identified in paragraph 1, and those are those 11 areas that we have under adequacy, shall constitute the opportunity for the delivery of an adequate education. So you're not in conflict with that statement?
No, that statement is still on, starts on
Yeah,
page.
see, I was looking at the law book here and,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's not in conflict there. It's referring to that specific list of criteria. So that list has not changed. We've not done anything to the definition of that criteria. And it does call out specifically, it's the minimum standards in these areas of this paragraph. And that this bill does not propose to change in any way the definition of an adequate education.
So when we look at the words minimum standards, are those referencing the minimum standards for public school approval?
Yes.
Not the academic standards?
Correct.
Okay. I got it, but I want to,
I mean, it took us a long time to figure this out, right? So this summer we were working with Kristen and Kieran to kind of see what we were supposed to be doing, and we had our whiteboards and we were drawing out maps, and it was tricky. So
I bet it was. Yeah, we're only on page 11. I jumped this. I know it. Okay. So are there any more questions then about page 11? That's where we started. Okay. Going on down to page 12. Again, on page 12 in the bottom where it says academic standards, I'd like to be able to do in a course.
we can mirror the standards.
You'll mirror, okay, good.
We'll mirror the definition that we used from this morning for that one. So I'll make a note that we're going to update that.
On the bottom page 12 there, Mel? Yeah.
My sense is that when you eliminate in a course, you're basically talking about a competency rather than just an academic learning.
So
am I interpreting that right?
standards tend to be at a little bit more of a granular level. So competencies sometimes can represent a single standard. Sometimes competencies can be a collection of standards. So you may have 3 or 4 or 5 different standards that roll up into a competency. It depends on the course that's being taught.
So if we go on to page 13, that's where we have the definition of competencies, and we're talking about a course or program of competencies required for graduation.
We didn't mean to delete the definition of competency.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that-
we would like to put that back in.
So that goes over on the right-hand side.
When we were going through this document, when Jen first sent it, she was like, "Why did we do this, Nate?" And we accidentally did.
Okay.
So that is gonna,
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yes,
Include.
we'd like that added back in.
We like to say a cat walked over the keyboard because we don't remember doing that.
How many times did it walk over the keyboard?
I think Jen found everyone. So
Okay, so we got competencies back in. That was a real question. Okay. Anything else on that page, page 13? Yeah.
the number from 69 to 67 in the 2 years, how was that changed? Why was that changed?
So the number 69 was used when, in the 2 years, was used by this group when we put together the law and we changed it. I don't remember the reasoning behind that, other than I think maybe 67% felt low, but there's not a difference between 67 and 69%. So we really wanted to go in and just mirror the federal law, which requires 67%.
Total law? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Another change I just do want to specify, since we're proposing changes, is the superintendent's requested that we specify that it's the 4-year cohort, because there is always confusion around the 4-year or the 5-year cohort, and that's what we do, and that's the current practice. But we do agree that the clarity could be used there. We also want to add a definition to the word graduation rate, because people are confused about that. So
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you were to Google, like I did at noontime today, the graduation rate in the country, which is much higher than 60-something%, it's close to 84 or 85%. And then when I looked at Title 20, Maine, they have written into their law for 2015-16, the graduation rate will be 90%. Why are we putting the bar so low?
So it's a difference between what we're measuring at the school level versus the state level. So sometimes some of those plans are looking at it from a state perspective. So New Hampshire tends to have a graduation rate statewide of between 90 and 95%. Sometimes it's been higher than that. We have a really high graduation rate in the state. This is really just to identify the bottom 5%. And that's why that bar is set fairly low there, is we don't expect most high schools in the state to be below that number. In fact, if truly we're only identifying 5% of our schools, it should be a relatively small number of schools that are falling below that number.
So that's just representing the comprehensive support and improvement school.
Yes, those are the CSI schools. So it's not a target or a benchmark
Okay.
for us as a state. It's just identifying what are the lowest performing schools that have graduation rates.
So essentially for our CSI school, so we look at all of the bottom 5%, how they're doing, but then we automatically identify anybody with a graduation rate of lower than 67%.
Correct.
And so regardless of them being in the bottom 5% or not. So that's a requirement right now with the federal law, and that's what we would like to continue to do with the state law.
Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. How's that going to apply? How's this graduation rate going to apply to schools like VLAX or maybe schools that have a high number of students or high percentage of students who term out when they turn 22?
So we see that often with some of our chartered public schools in the state that have programs specifically serving students that may have either involved in credit recovery programs. They may be fifth-year seniors that are still looking to graduate, but they've already passed that point. Maybe they were unsuccessful in previous programs. So it does disproportionately affect schools that have programs focused on that population of students. But the good news is that being identified as a CSI school also comes with that additional federal monies. And so if you have a school that has a larger proportion of students that are working towards graduation beyond their senior year, you're going to now receive those extra funds to be able to support that particular group of students. So in some ways, it's a messaging aspect. If you're a school that is doing good work, you're graduating kids in their 6th year of high school, you're going to have a low 4-year graduation rate, but you're still graduating those kids. They just might be taking 5 or 6 years to do it.
And how about VLAX?
So this would only apply to full-time enrolled VLAX students. So when we look at this particular data, we filter out any students that are in their traditional like local public school that happen to be taking VLAX courses. Yep.
What's the consideration number for a course they have to be full-time in VLAX?
I don't know if there's a particular course number for VLAX, but it has to be the school of record for that student, where VLAX is the primary responsible school. They're enrolled as a full-time student. And so VLAX in that case would be receiving the majority of the adequacy for that student.
Representative Tanner and then Representative Myler and then.
Thank you. I noticed you took out the 2 consecutive year part of it, and it seems like, for example, with COVID, that you might have years when you get a bump that might put you below there, and then you come above it, and it averages out. Is there any reason to take that out?
So our federal requirements are 67% in the year that we identify, and then the state statute was 69% for 2 consecutive years. So essentially it was 2 different systems of trying to identify the schools. So we just made it match our federal requirements, which didn't have that consecutive year requirement. So it wasn't anything beyond just aligning it with our federal requirements.
Do you see any advantage keeping the 2-year consecutive?
For graduation rates, not necessarily. I think the pandemic obviously was a unique situation that we found ourselves in. We are looking at some of our other indicators and whether there might be value instead of looking in a particular year, but looking historically at schools' performance over 2 years or the last 3 years. Because we do see, especially with things like the pandemic, there are impacts that might affect a school in 1 year or in 2 years. But looking at a school's performance over time might give you a better picture of that. So it's something we're considering. We could make changes to our state plan, and we've proposed some of those historical changes in our next draft of the state plan with the U.S. Department of Education.
We were going, yeah, go ahead.
On the state plan, the SS state plan, proficient is what percentage of graduation?
So we don't necessarily have we have different levels. So I would have to take a look at the state plan to see, level 1, 2, 3, or 4, the percentage. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have any schools really that fall. Most of our schools tend to have higher graduation rates. We have more of a bubble in the state. And this really is just looking at capturing what is the lowest graduation rates in the state.
Representative McDonald and then Representative Myler.
Would there be schools in between the 67 and 69% that with this change would no longer be included and would lose funding as a result of the change?
No, because up to this point, we've only been identifying schools based off of that federal requirement. So this is just bringing this in line with what we've been doing over the last few years. And we haven't been identifying schools based off of the 2 years.
Thank you.
Representative Myla?
What, how many more schools will be involved if you move from 69 to 67? What's the impact in the number of schools that it's gonna now?
The 67% is actually our current practice because that was the federal requirement. So we've been using that 67% number already.
Okay.
And we have not been using 69. So we could take a look to see what the difference might be. Okay, so in terms of proficiency language, level 3 for graduation rates is a 90%. So if you're graduating 90% to 93%, that's a level 3. If you have a graduation rate higher than 94%, that's a level 4, so above proficient. In terms of graduation, right? Proficiency normally is academic achievement, but in terms of graduation rates. Level 2 would be 70 to 89%, and then below 70% we've identified as level 1. But again, if you're below the 67%, it's an automatic CSI identification. So it's sort of below the actual levels.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. So the draft language doesn't include the statement about subsequent determinations being made every 3 years. So what is the time frame for evaluating schools?
So I believe it's later on in the statute, and it's a 3-year cycle that we do that
So
in.
it's the same, it's just not
It's the
listed
same.
here?
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chair. Quick question on your follow-up just a minute ago. If level 1 is below 70 and you're changing this to be 67, why wouldn't level 1 be below 67?
We could change that. Yeah,
Well, so we would still have some schools that are, so that's based on the level. So we would still have some schools that potentially could be identified as a CSI school because they fall within the bottom 5%. So if you're a level 1 and you have a bottom 5%, you might be identified for that. This is just based on an automatic determination. So it doesn't matter if you're in the bottom 5%, if you're the top 10% in the state, but somehow you have a graduation rate of lower than 67%, you're going to be automatically designated as a CSI school.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ready to move on? Next page. Page 14. Where'd you get the definition for growth?
That comes right from our state ESSA plan.
Okay.
Growth was used in the section multiple times, but not defined. There's a lot of times people ask us what growth means, so we thought it would be helpful to have a definition.
Yeah.
So can you explain a bit about the student growth percentiles?
Sure. So I can't give you the math equation. It's a little bit above my head, but from a kind of a conceptual basis, what we do is we take a group of students that performed all at the same level. So for example, 5th graders that all scored, and I'll make up a number here, let's say they all scored a 240 on the reading test. So in their 5th grade year, they were all at exactly the same level. We take just that group of students and we look to see what was their performance on reading in 6th grade. How did those students grow compared to each other? So when we talk about student growth percentile, it's the students that are in the percentiles compared with each other based off of everybody that was at the same level the previous year. And we do that for every score on the test. So then we look at all the kids that scored a 261. How do they do the next year? And if you're in the 95th percentile, it means that compared to your similar peers the prior year, you grew academically more than 95% of that group. Versus if you're in the 10th percentile, you only grew more than 10% of the students that scored the same way you did the previous year. But it gets mathematically a little bit complicated. So we actually look at the previous 2 years and we kind of factor in a model that predicts how students should be growing based off of comparisons to their own peers. So it's not necessarily whether they're proficient or not proficient, but it's looking at their similar peer group, how much do they continue to grow grade on the state assessment.
Oh,
yeah.
So are those student percentiles and assessments of growth district-wide, school-wide, statewide?
Statewide.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chair. Same thing on this, follow-up to the same concept. So pace here, the definition of growth, pace would mean the percentage, which number you're talking about? They move, there's a pace would be the percentage of movement?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a metaphor if you think about if you've got a whole bunch of cars that are stopped at a.
I understand the concept,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
Trying
yes.
to figure out if that's what pace meant in this definition, that percentile.
Do we have
growth.
pace? Oh yeah, the pace of student achievement. Yes. Yep,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I was thinking about pace from before. Yep. Two different kinds of pace. Yeah. Thanks.
How much time is usually involved in the test interval between when you start and where you're measuring? Is it a year?
It's generally about a year. It can vary. Schools have a pretty large testing window. It opens up usually around the end of March and goes through about the beginning of June. So it depends on when the school has chosen to start testing.
Further questions, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just wondering if these definitions would be reflected on the iPlatform definition section. What's there now? Is that the current? And then you would, once finalized with the Senate version, you would move them over to that? Or is it a combination of the two?
I think that's a great point that you brought up. We should double check that they reflect the same thing.
Yes. For the most part, they should.
Yeah, they should. We're hoping, but that is a good reminder for us to do that if this bill were to pass.
I wrote in one thing after your definition here, and when you say growth means measurement of the pace of student achievement over time on the statewide assessment, yeah, as measured using student growth percentiles, that are consistent with statistical normative expectations?
Yes, and we can make predictions when we look at achievement and growth together side by side. So, for example, you might have a student who is in the below proficient range, and compared to the rest of their peers, we know on a percentage basis how much growth they have to make in order to move from, say, below proficient to approaching proficient. So we can use that statistical analysis to create these predictive models and estimate how much growth do students need to make each year to move from where they're at up to a level of proficiency. And that's one way actually that we measure our English language learners specifically. Each year we have to track whether they're on track to meeting proficiency within 5 years. And we use this model of growth to make sure, is the pace of student achievement following that expected path of growth so that within 5 years, they're becoming proficient in English language.
Okay, let's move on to page 15. Your definition of school here, is this relevant, is this just relevant to RSA 193E?
Yes.
Everything in E, 193E? Because there's references to other types of schools within this area of adequacy, career technical education.
Not within this section though.
In which section you're talking now?
RSA 193E.
Yeah, I'm looking at, let's see, 193E4. No, I guess not in that one. E3I. Go ahead, Mel.
So I'm concerned about the issue we're authorized by New Hampshire State Board of Education. And what other kinds of schools might be defined. I'll give you some examples. For example, with Prenda, could that be a part of Prenda? Could that be defined by the state board as a school? Another example might be a learning center where EFA students come together periodically to share resources, etc. So that's my first question is what other kinds of schools are we talking about? One, and two, by that definition, once they reach a definition, would they then qualify for adequacy aid? If it's approved by this, if those kinds of schools I just talked about were approved by the state board.
So the schools that are approved by the State Board of Education have in state statute very specific processes for approval. So non-public schools, and charter schools. There's whole sections of law that require that. So I would think that, to have Prenda approved by the State Board of Education, you would have to write a Prenda approval section and then require the Prenda school to ensure that they're providing an adequate education through IBAS and PBAS, and then also write a separate section saying that they would be eligible for aid. So I think that would need entirely separate legislation outside of this section here. We're trying to define here who is required to participate in IBAS and PBAS, essentially.
So you're saying that in order for a non-traditional school to be approved under this language, they would have to comply with the other parts of the law that define specifically what a public school would be. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. So, a school approved for tuition purposes, that approval is with the school board that contracts with the school, I think.
That is correct.
Okay, so that is beyond just being authorized by the New Hampshire State Board of Education?
And that school is not required to provide an adequate education through this definition, is not required to participate in IBAS and PBAS. The local school district is responsible for ensuring that they're providing an adequate education, but that school that they're tuitioning to is not.
They don't, when they do the approval, they aren't compelled to provide an adequate education for their students?
The items within 193E2A, so that 12 bulleted list, they refer back to the minimum standards. There's a requirement in school tuition programs that those items are outlined in the contract between the local school district and the tuition program. So it's not that the tuition program has to follow 193E2A, but they're required to adhere to the contract that they have with the local public school, which must include elements that you can find within there. So it's similar, but it's not quite the same, if that makes sense. There's elements of the adequate education, but they don't have to comply with the statute. They have to comply with the contract that they've written with the local public school.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Cascade.
Can I just carry that a little further so that I can understand from Representative Tanner's question on tuition schools? They have to comply to the contract that they have with the public school, but they don't have to meet adequate education or minimum standards and still get adequacy aid? Does that make sense?
the adequacy aid goes to the local public school, and then that local public school has a contract by which they're paying a certain amount for the tuition for the students that are going to those programs. And then that contract has other requirements that are outside of this section. I believe it's in 194 something. It does reference this section, but it references it in terms of what's required in the contract that the local school district creates. So they do have to follow certain aspects of an adequate education because it's required to be in the contract, but that tuition program is not held to this specific statute. It's a separate statute.
Okay, and I think I'm confusing tuition school with
Right.
non-public schools,
Oh, okay.
right?
Some of them may be non-public schools.
Right. Okay.
Representative Myler?
It just occurred to me, as we look at these changes and others that we'll be looking at, how are they complying with the proposed 306 standards?
So the 306 standards set up the requirements in many of those areas that are then referenced from this particular statute. So those particular criteria reference the 306s. If there are changes made to those 306 standards, then those would be the standards that this is referring to.
So once, well, I know you're going through a series of public hearings now, which is great to get a lot of input. Once those standards have been approved by the state board somewhere in the future, there would then be another review of how those standards comply with the current law, and the current law then would have to be changed?
No. So the current law refers to the sections of standards, and those sections of so the law stays the law. And it just refers to a section of standards, so that section of standards might change, but the law is still going to refer to that section. If that makes sense. So this proposal essentially is entirely unimpacted by the current minimum standards change. Or proposed change.
And then when I must have missed it, when the proposed changes are enacted, how do they then relate to this?
So this section of law refers to those sections, but this is not changing. So if they were, so the changes to, and maybe if you go, this might be actually a question for page 17.
Okay, I'll wait till
That.
17.
Yeah, that might be
Okay.
easier, because then you can see it laid out.
All right, good, okay.
Yes, Representative Damon?
Thank you. You may have already answered this, but I'm not clear. What are or who are the schools that are the or in this statement? So the or authorized by the New Hampshire State Board of Education, since it's or, they're not district public, they're not chartered public, they're not public academies. So who are they?
There might be a couple of situations. So Rivendell, for example, is an interstate school that is primarily operated by Vermont that includes New Hampshire students in it. And there's an authorization by our State Board of Education to allow those students to attend Rivendell, but they remain New Hampshire public school students. We have many schools that are authorized under our Bureau of Special Education to act as private providers that are out of state. So they're authorized by the State Board of Education to provide specialized special education services in a residential placement, but they may exist in Massachusetts or Connecticut or South Carolina. So there are examples where we have authorized schools, but they're not necessarily a New Hampshire school. And those students are still required to take the state assessment.
So follow up. So I understand that clearly, thank you. But this doesn't limit that definition to those kinds of schools, cross state lines, special ed, or shared school district.
I think we can certainly clean.
Yeah,
we can clean up the definition. I'm not married to this definition personally, so.
I'm sure your wife or partner's got to know that. Thank you.
Right now, there's no definition of school, so that's what you're trying to define school.
There are a number of school environments in here we use as a measure, an indicator of delivering an adequate education. And I'm going to go back to career technical education again. When we had the commission back several years ago, there was discussion that came from another member who was on the CTE Advisory Council that why isn't CTE part of adequacy? And when I'm seeing it identified on pages 555 of the law book here, which is 193E:3, when we talk about the number and percentage of students earning a career in tech education outcome. And then I see it later when we talk specifically of CTE students on page 556, which are also a part of the indicator for receiving that opportunity for an adequate education. So are those not considered schools? I know they're within a school district, but they're, they are separate buildings, facilities for a separate purpose.
So generally, those are considered programs. There are CTE centers that are large enough that have enough offerings that really are considered standalone schools, but they're operated by districts. And for the most part, CTE programs exist as one opportunity that students can access as part of a larger district's curriculum. So to really be considered a school, they would have to be able to follow all aspects of the adequate education, the minimum standards. They'd have to be diploma granting. So it's certainly something that you could do, but I don't think all of our CTE centers necessarily fit that definition.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Myler.
Going down to the,
Right. You have to change the law.
going down to the very bottom of 15, you've eliminated a whole section that deals with TSI schools. Why is that?
Already changed TSI to TSI.
So I believe we moved that. Let's see, because what's this section in? A1.
Just get rid of the definition of TSI. Because I think we just refer back to the plan. So
Yeah.
I think we don't use TSI through, I think we just refer back to the plan. I don't think we're actually using TSI in and of itself. So we just remove the definition. We can double check that, but I think that's why we did that.
Okay, if you could, thank you.
Wasn't used independently. We do actually need to talk about CSI versus TSI when we come further on. And that might be the reason for that. That's why it was maybe defined separately.
I think it's it's defined separately. So
Yeah.
the content itself sort of just moved to another section.
And there's a lot of language that we actually removed only because it's just duplicative of the plan. And we didn't feel like it was necessary to have it if we were referring back to the state plan. I think, for example, when Representative Ladd was just talking about where we refer on page 555 of the college and career readiness indicators, I believe we completely removed those and just referred back to the college and career readiness indicators as defined in the plan. And then that way, that gives us the flexibility if we were to go in and add an additional indicator in the future. We wouldn't need to go in and rewrite the law. We would just modify the plan.
So you think that this language is someplace else?
Or not used, because we just refer to the
Just
plan
get
in
back to
general.
us, just gets back to us on that. then.
Yes, we'll do that.
Galen, say that again about the indicators. You're saying that you have not included the indicators?
Oh, let's double check that.
So the indicators, the indicators themselves are included later on in the performance-based accountability system. We discuss how that system is aligned to the data and indicators that's within the state ESSA plan. And that way we reference specifically which indicators we're talking about. It is the indicators aligned with our state plan. Whereas before, it just referenced the PBAS in general, but wasn't specific to where the indicators came from. We wanted to actually make sure that people understood within the statute, when we talk about PBAS, it's the indicators from the state ESSA plan. I don't think we have the indicators themselves listed out. Yeah.
So we are right now, anything on the bottom page 16 or there that you saw? Now we go to page 17.
Just a clarification on why the elimination of learning areas.
Yeah.
On which page?
On page 17. That one. Yeah.
So the word learning, when you look at the minimum standards that are being referenced here, the minimum standards are either education programs or it just refers to education. It doesn't use the word learning. So we removed learning areas because in the minimum standards, none of those sections are defined as a learning area. They're defined as either a program or an educational program. We didn't want people to go looking for a learning area if it was called that here, but not the minimum standards.
Does everybody comprehend what was just said there? No, I don't either.
Okay, so in the minimum standards, each of these areas, English, mathematics, science, they're called programs. So
They're called learning areas.
well, so in the minimum standards, they're referred to as program areas. And here in the statute, it talks about learning areas. So we could change one or the other, I think. It's just helpful to make them consistent, I think.
We just got rid of the descriptor and just said area. It can be a learning area or a program area.
Everything used to be known as a subject area.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, then
Yeah,
if it's
could
a
be
subject
subject.
area, that could be, that's a question. Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
content area.
So we just use the word area, so then that can kind of use, so, because the areas are very clearly defined as, as below there.
So why don't you put following content areas?
It does actually use the word content in the title there, so that's a.
Oh, it's funny because in Roman numeral 9, we use learning
Yeah.
areas again, and it's not struck out.
Keep it consistent.
Something new each time.
I know.
So Nate, you good with that?
I hesitate to point out that in the next paragraph, it also uses learning areas, and we did not strike that out, so we may want to do the same. I think in Roman numeral 9, change that to content areas.
Not a content area. That's
the subject. No, it's a
topic.
Ask the question. No, you said Roman 9?
On page 18.
Page 18.
You're changing learning in that case.
Yeah. Yes.
We should be
Be
consistent.
consistent. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
well, why was when you deal with art education, the elimination of music and visual arts? Do we define art education someplace else that includes that?
So there are two lists that existed in statute, and they had some minor differences with each other. I thought we had kept that in. So on one side it has. So on page 22, it does include that.
No, it doesn't.
Is that removed?
Yeah, because I think it's the standards area.
Yeah, it is in the minimum standards. When you look at the arts education program, music and visual arts are part of those standards, whether we call them out here or not. It was not, I don't think it was an intentional, I think we're just cleaning up to match the titles that
Yeah.
were within the minimum
That's what
standards.
it was. We were matching the titles in the minimum standards. So there's a whole area in the minimum standards that says arts education, and within that section it says music and visual arts, and they're defined there further. So when we were looking at the titles of the minimum standards, that's what we were doing.
So whether it's here or not, schools are still required to do it because it's in that section of the minimum standards.
I was wondering why, I mean, under social studies, you've got a laundry list of things. And then under art, quiz. I understand, I think, why you cut out the bachelor and social studies.
I think that's on page 22.
Stuck them
all in there, that's why.
Well, we put in the subjects after social studies. We did that with adequacy, what, last year?
Well,
And then we did the other with the health and welfare, and that also came right out of ED 306,
Yeah.
which we slugged right into adequacy. So,
So for example, with social studies, you do have many different areas. Those are all part of one section in the minimum standards called social studies, except for Holocaust and genocide, which is a separate section in the minimum standards.
So when the art education and the standards, you also have music and visual arts. I mean, it just doesn't seem.
We can add that back in. We're perfectly fine adding that back in.
Yeah, and it is a case of, is there a specific intention of calling out music and visual arts specifically? Because arts education also includes performing arts and dance in the minimum standards. So that's in the minimum standards, but it's not specifically called out here. Yet we do call out music. So I think part of it is an intention. And I'm not arguing one way or the other way. It's, if you say arts education, it's going to be everything in arts education, which is going to also include things like pottery, artistic expression, dance, performing arts. So we could call everything out. We could call some parts of it out. We could just say arts, or we could just say social studies. I think it really, if that makes sense.
Representative Cascade.
I think it originally aligned with certifications because the social studies teacher is not certified in history, civics, and all those different subcategories. Whereas in science, right, you get a biology cert, chemistry cert, physical science cert. And it's the same for arts. So I'm wondering if that's why there's a shift of language in different places. I don't really have a question, but I'm trying to think why you have subsets of science and some subsets of arts and that social studies all in one clump. It made me think of teachers are certified along those areas.
I know that social studies has been most recently modified and continued to add, and like these are some of the more recent changes or in some of these areas. But I mean, for consistency purposes, I think we'd like to do either all or none. So I think we'd either like to match the minimum standards perfectly or add all the additional areas back in.
But when we look at 193C, the area we talked about assessment, 193C5, colon 5, it lists out history, geography, civics, and economics. And so we list them separately. There's no mention of social studies.
Mm-hmm.
They are separate learning areas really within, just like you can have within science, biology, botany, and everything else.
And I think this is a good example of we should probably make all three lists. Well, we eliminated the third list, made a second list, and maybe go back to the assessment side of things and make that list similar. And it's very hard for us to kind of explain. I mean, we can't even do it to you all, explain why there's a difference of these lists. And that's what we're saying, like, let's be consistent throughout everywhere.
We'll make them all the same.
Yeah. Make them all the
Yeah,
same.
boom, easy.
So we'll help draft this. Is the preference of the committee to make them the same as the titles in the areas of the minimum standards? Does that make the most sense?
Make them all the same.
Okay.
If they're all titled, do
Yeah.
it that way.
Okay.
Make it all titled. Well,
Yes, Representative Hall.
Mr. Chair, I would think that on page 22, that's the list we came up with last year. I would think that's the list that we should use. It's the most recent one, I mean, it would seem. Because I remember when it came to us, we didn't have digital literacy. The Senate added digital literacy. I mean,
One of the problems we had was when we broke down the content for a substantive education, then we went to the delivery and there were two different columns. We didn't match them up.
And that's what we noticed too.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right. And so we've just said, all right, now let's just use the one that's here under RSA 193 on page 17 and eliminate the one on page 22 and reference back to just 17. So then we have just one section. So then we'll
Make them all the
section.
same.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Pardon me? Is there another section?
No, down in 10,
What page you on now?
I'm on 18, I'm still on 18.
Okay, good.
On 10, you said, you've added the, define the school year and minimum credit. Where is that defined? Where is the,
So that is,
and how does that, is that part of the, again, going back, is that part of the 306 consideration?
It is. So each of those are defined in the 306s. The minimum school year is actually defined both in statute, I think in 189.10 or 189.1, where you can have a school year of 180 days or an equivalent number of hours. And then the minimum standard sets out what those equivalent hours are. And then the minimum credit requirements for a high school diploma is also set out in the minimum standards.
but the reason why this is added in here, because if you go to page 23 in your document, when we said we had the two different matching groups of items. So school year requirements and minimum standard for high school diploma are here already on page 23.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we said if we were going to make the two lists match, so we needed to put everything in that list here and then refer back to that area. So. Because I think we initially did eliminate that because we said, well, there's already a law that defines that someplace else, but we said, we're just gonna make the two areas match. We didn't want to mess with these areas.
Okay, are we on page, oh, yes, Representative Leno.
Yeah. Thanks. So I'm I think we're sort of on pages 17, 18, 19, because it's all
Yeah.
turning into that. But just going to the top of section E2A on 17, do the changes there make any sort of material change into who or what organization has the responsibility for ensuring that that these now what are being called minimum standards are in place in the school?
No, not at all. And if, are you
Yeah, 'cause
thinking you're
I'm-
seeing something that
Yeah,
changes that?
yeah, in the current law, you know, we're seeing that these are defined and identified as school approval standards, and in the following learning areas, and now it's minimum standards in the following areas, and I'm just
School approval standards and minimum standards.
you know, just wondering if these changes as well as others leading up to this make a material change into you know, who's got the responsibility for making sure that these standards are being met.
So the full title of the regulation is the minimum standards for public school approval.
Right.
And you sort of got half the title here and half the title here. But I think in other places we refer to it as the minimum standards in the following areas. So again, it was making it consistent. But they both, whether we talk about public school approval standards or minimum standards, it's the same set of regulations.
Okay. And then a sort of a nit comment. I've noticed on some prior pages, and I think I saw it on, where did I see it? 19, 20. No. This this term used for public schools is sometimes coming down as district public schools. Sometimes it's public district schools, and I don't know what we want to settle on that, but probably something, you know, I don't know.
I would argue that's the case throughout
As
this
long as
entire
it's
book.
consistent, yeah.
Yeah, so we would love to see that consistency from page 1 to about page 600.
Yeah. And then sort of related to that, charter public schools fall into two categories: state chartered public schools and district chartered public schools. So is there a difference between a district public school and a district chartered public school in terms
Yes.
of? Okay. So
Well,
that's
for an adequate education, yes.
from a governance standpoint.
Yes, yeah. So that there are significant differences, and then there are overlaps where there are no differences.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you talking, the difference between a conversion charter and a regular charter?
So a conversion charter would be if it was a traditional public school that turned into a charter school.
So the governance is that way, but on
A
a regular
district can
charter,
also open a chartered school that's still a district chartered school, or there can be a standalone state authorized chartered public school. So you theoretically could even have 3 options, though 2 of them are operated by the district, and the governance is interrelated within the public school district, as opposed to being a standalone operating chartered public school.
okay, are we on page 19?
In there somewhere.
Yeah, on Roman 12 there where it says public district schools, etc. Adhere to the standards. Are those your minimum standards, right?
We talked about chartered schools.
So we're talking minimum standards. Should we have consistency there too? Or if you're just talking standards, is that same as minimum standards?
And this may, so yeah, if we go back up to 8, that's the list of the minimum standards in those following content areas.
So you're referencing back to the minimum standards.
The minimum standards in that particular list. It's those 12 or 13 items.
Okay.
Yep. Correct.
I have a question. So as we're taking out this, on several places, for public school approval, we did that back a few things. Does that define a school? What is a public school versus what is a non-public school?
No. There's a whole separate section of law that talks about a non-public school and then the approval process for that, and it's completely separate from this.
So I guess, I have always been kind of confused of why charter schools all of a sudden became charter public schools. And when you have the public district schools, the charter public schools, and public academies, and then you're taking away for public school approval as part of the narrative about these schools, and also to ensure the delivery of an adequate education. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like we're taking away, removes what's a public school approval.
I think it's the difference in the intent of the regulations themselves. So this refers specifically to the criteria for inadequate education, and that's been defined by the legislature as a specific set of the public school approval minimum standards. So the public school approval standards in their entirety still apply to all schools, and there's a separate process the department can conduct that is a school approval process. This doesn't change any of that. And that's why we've pulled that out a little bit, because when it talks about public school approval in this section, it's not relative to approving a public school. It's really relative to whether a school is providing a minimum adequate education. And the school approval process lives outside this section and is that whole full document.
But in order to be approved as a public school, don't you have to meet the adequacy standards? So, and I probably have mumbled up some of the different items that we're trying to do, but if you take adequacy standards away from the definition of a public school approval, then how do you, then any school could either, is all on the same level. They all get approved or non-approved. And it doesn't matter if they're public schools, charter schools, non-public schools, you know what I mean? I don't understand what, and it may be just me.
So
but-
there, yeah, no, no,
You know what
it's,
I mean?
yeah, there are separate approval processes for if you're a non-public school or a charter school or a public school. So when we talk about adequate education or adequacy, adequacy is a subset of the school approval rules, but the school approval process itself is much larger than adequacy. And so that's what we're trying to pull apart here is that when we say school approval and adequacy are not necessarily the same thing. Adequacy lives within school approval, but school approval itself is a much larger process that exists outside of this section. And when we're in this section of statute, we want to refer only to the minimum standards relative to adequacy.
So isn't adequacy though the prime reason for schools? I mean, isn't that the prime reason, the reason we define adequacy is because that's like the basis of a public school? It's I don't know.
Yeah.
You can go on. It just.
So I mean, so you think of public school, right? And so adequacy is the core.
Yes.
And then there's layers on top of it.
Right.
And so what we're trying to do with this section right here is specific to the core. So to kind of ensure that you have the core, you're offering these sections that are here, right here. And then as a result, we're then assessing to make sure that you're
right
operating those sections, and then we're providing funding associated with those sections. Then there's minimum school approval, which is layers on top of that, and that's that whole minimum standards for public school approval, all of the 306s, which extend to areas beyond this. And then there's other laws throughout this whole book that public schools have to apply or comply with, rather, that are not necessarily part of adequacy. So it's kind of all of these different multiple layers. Right now, right here, what we're trying to do is just define the core layer, and then we'll go on from that, and then we can start taking apart other sections, but we just need that first, that base section first.
And that core makes it a public school, right?
That core makes it providing an adequate education.
Or what some people term a government school.
There's other things you have to do to be a government school outside of providing an adequate education that exists in the minimum standards or through sections of law.
Okay.
That's where the funding stuff.
That's
small.
right. Right, exactly.
You look at the first page in your statutes, the very first page on Roman 2C, it says the paramount goal of the state shall be to provide an adequate education. So that's our primary goal. And I think that's where you're going, Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Okay, page 20 or 21. Any issues there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. Zero.
Yeah, well, I'd like to have the explanation for the addition of 16, please.
So 16 exists currently in statute. It's on page 21. We just moved it because we had renumbered some of it. So it looks like it was pulled out here, but it's actually on the next page.
So it's current language.
It's current language. We just moved it. Yep.
Any other questions for these pages?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
What am I?
Which page on,
So,
Reverend?
no, I'm on 20.
20,
And
okay.
I'm in the Senate version, Roman 17.
Okay.
So did we move the Legislative Oversight Committee from code statute to,
We did.
We did.
We moved it from the assessment law to the accountability law because it felt more about accountability than assessment.
okay,
So we felt it better, it lived in this section better.
okay. And have we already looked at that?
No, I think it's later
Yeah.
Okay.
in here. We didn't change anything. We just moved it.
Didn't change anything, and what's the current statutory,
It's currently under,
is that
It's in C.
E2? With me, but it's in. Rick, do you remember where that
I'm
is?
trying to
it's in C8,
see, yeah.
C8.
193-C:8.
Yeah, it's on page 541.
$541?
Yeah.
So the reason I'm bringing this up, so C8A, which is the oversight committee right now, has some review and approve language in it. And Roman 17 talks about prior review and recommendation. And I just want to make sure, because prior review and recommendation are completely different than review and approve. And I want to make sure that there's no overlapping, that the oversight committee would be ceding some sort of responsibility, that statutory responsibility that they have.
And I'm in terms of Roman numeral 17, when we talk about academic standards, so
Yeah.
that review and recommendation is relative to the academic standards, which are the larger standards documents, that like next generation science standards, Common
Yeah.
Core. And then I think there may be some additional language somewhere else that also then refers to minimum standards. So sometimes it may be a difference between what are the responsibilities of that oversight committee relative to minimum standards or academic standards, or which particular standards are we talking about too?
Right. And I
Yeah.
think, and my understanding is that the academic standards aren't just, revised social studies curriculum or revised, science standards, but tied into statute, the academic standards. And I guess I would defer to the chair right now on the position that the law takes on what the oversight committee's responsibility is when it comes to minimum standards and academic standards. And I know Chair Ladd and I have had several conversations
Many
about
conversations, yeah.
Well, on that note, though, if I may, why is paragraph D removed?
What page are you on?
I'm on page 20
D in current law.
in the current law.
So we had moved the definition of academic standards to the front of that section. So now when you read it, it should have that definition, academic standards, at the beginning of the section, as opposed to referring to the particular statutory reference that was there before.
So-
We just moved all the definitions to the front of the section.
This was a problem we found throughout this legislation. There was random just definitions, just not in definition sections, and then it was referred to. So we tried to put them all in the same place.
So I guess to, you know, where is the connection, I guess, between academic standards as you've got it defined in E2A Roman 6 and the responsibilities that the committee has under 190, so this would be performance targets required under 193H2, and I think the committee has a lot in the 193H.
So there are three places that provide, I think, three distinct levels of oversight. Two of them specifically call out the oversight committee. So in the oversight committee section, they have the authority to, I believe, review and approve the performance targets. And the performance targets are all the targets that are written into the ESSA state plan. So back in 1718, when we had first drafted that, that was when we set all of those performance targets, where we wanted schools to be. We had interim benchmarks, we had long-term targets, and so that's what that's referring to there, specifically performance targets. In Roman numeral 17 here, this talks about the academic standards, and that the oversight committee shall have prior review and recommendation of those. Those are the standards we use to build the state assessment. So again, back in 16, 17, we did that for the science test with the science standards. It was a couple of years before that, we did it with the English and math standards. Specific to minimum standards, I'm going to go to the law book.
Yeah.
Page 550 is 193E2A Roman numeral 4B. And this one refers to the legislative oversight over the minimum standards. Neither the Department of Education nor the State Board shall by statute or rule require... I'm going to skip down a little bit. Where is it? Sorry, letter C. The State Board shall not amend any existing academic standards, shall not approve any new academic standards without the prior review and recommendation of a legislative oversight committee established in RSA 183, C8A. So there's that, where we get the academic standards language. Sorry, the top of page 50.
Oh, C.
Yep.
You're on C. Yeah.
Yep, so that's this new Roman numeral 17.
Yeah.
But if you go down a little bit further, I want to find where the...
Which ones are you looking for now?
So there's one that requires the approval of the general court. And that one's relative to minimum standards. I thought it had been right in that section.
So Rick, the concern that I have is that we've got academic standards means what a student should know and be able to do in a course or at each grade level. And I think that may have been changed earlier to eliminate the in a course.
So it's in the paragraph prior to that. So at the bottom of page 549, Roman numeral 4, this one now refers specifically to the minimum standards and the court's oversight over changes there.
Right.
So academic standards are the ones that we use for the assessment, and the oversight committee has review and approval authority there. In paragraph 4, the minimum standards talks about approval by the general court, and that's the paragraph prior to the academic standards. So it exists independently in two sections.
Right.
Yep.
But I guess what I'm getting at, Nate, is that in the definition of academic standards, you're talking about what a student should know and be able to do. And then in the oversight committee's charge, it says review and approve statewide performance targets, which I would think are related to what a student should know and be able to do. So I don't think there's necessarily a clean separation between what the responsibilities of the oversight committee are and its authority in in the area of academic standards.
But the minimum standards is general court.
And so that's the concern I've got over Roman 17, is that it's saying the state board shall not amend any existing academic standards and shall not approve any new academic standards without the review and recommendation of the oversight committee. I think the oversight committee might have greater, greater authority down the review and approval.
And so we haven't, so that's current statute. We haven't changed that.
No, well, it's moved around, but
Yeah, we shifted the location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but you're, right.
Well, this is an area where we have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Very, very careful. We lost this a year ago, and we got to put back in. And we had no authority a year ago. It was all gone, it's stripped. That the whole law was deleted
Right.
So-
For the oversight.
for the oversight. Yeah.
Correct.
So our belief is that this bill doesn't change your oversight ability at all, or well, your other committee's oversight committee. We believe that this keeps everything exactly the same. The only difference is that's been moved slightly.
Well, we want to look at that carefully. Yeah, as long as it's the same, yeah. So, yeah,
Are you seeing a difference? I guess, Representative Luno?
Well, I mean, the fact that we're moving it, I think, opens up the door to how it could be interpreted, because when current law has basically evolved over, I don't know how many, countless years, a little bit here, a little bit here, and a little bit here, and now we're recodifying. You're essentially taking now we're putting this into law, and we all agree this is how it is, as opposed to something that developed and may have had some irregularities and may have had some conflicts in it. Now, when we put it in, we're doing it in eyes wide open that to the conflicts, and I think when we do a recodification, like the state has done recently with the trust laws and some other areas, that it's the opportunity not just to move stuff around and renumber them, but to address policy where it may have been either incomplete, inconsistent, or in conflict.
That makes sense. That was not the intention of us to do anything other than put it someplace where it made more sense.
Right.
I mean, because when we read it about the oversight committee, and even we've been working with the oversight committee, because that's Nate and I that do that work as well, we're like, this is not really just about assessment. It's about a much broader oversight of state accountability, specifically around inadequate education. And that's why we have felt it belonged in this section rather than just the assessment section. And the assessment section is obviously used for the measurement, or as part of the measurement of inadequate education. But this oversight committee we felt was broader.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is broader, and maybe because of that, prior review and recommendation isn't really applicable anymore. But maybe the terms review and approve are more applicable, because if the oversight committee has review and approve of performance targets, but minimum standards and academic standards are somehow moving around. I don't know how the oversight committee does performance targets if other standards can be moved around outside of the committee's responsibilities. This is part of a bigger discussion, I think. So I don't want to hold it up.
I know we haven't talked too much about it today. I know the last time we were here, we kind of give just a very brief sort of, our intention really was to do as much cleanup as we could with this. And we recognize as well, there are things that we would love to either make better or more efficient, that would represent a more substantive policy change for some of the work that we do. And we sort of see it as like the next step is we're trying to sort of get the law back into a good place now with how we currently operate in the field. And then let's take that next step of really digging into it and saying, okay, so what can we do to improve schools and students and adequate education from a more policy perspective that would be a more substantive change?
Okay, let's move on.
Maybe just ask,
No,
just the reason for the elimination of the public school approval. In paragraph old 4, in the paragraph new 18, you've eliminated for public school approval. What was the basis for the removal of that language?
Because we're just using that minimum standards that we defined back on page 12. 14, we have minimum standards defined now. It's minimum standards means minimum standards for public school approval. So we actually gave it that definition and are using it throughout this consistently.
Further on that page? Okay, let's go to page 21.
I just text her.
We're not resolving everything today.
No, we're,
You know,
yep. Any issues there?
It's about the suspension rules. She said she's gonna burn them to the ground.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'm asking if maybe it would clarify some of our discussion if we made a small amendment in terminology. When we're talking, as in this section here, section 6, I believe it is, minimum standards for public school approval. What if we called it minimum programmatic standards? A program standards or offering.
So the minimum standard for public school approval is throughout rule and it is a very specific connotation. So
I'm sorry, I can't.
the minimum standard for public school approval has a very specific connotation. It's a section of rule that's approved. When you're talking about the minimum standards for public school, we wouldn't want to start messing with that definition. And that's why we tried to kind of use two different delineations here when we were talking about the minimum standard for public school approval versus the content of an adequate education. But when we're talking about that, that is rules that are adopted by the state board right now, and we wouldn't want to change. I just do want to point out here, so all of these definitions are incorporated back on page 12 on the definition section. So that's all we're doing right now with that section.
When we lastly list, thank you very much. I didn't understand that. When we list all the areas where we do English, language, arts, et cetera, we don't distinguish between English as a second language. We don't consider English for speakers of other ESOL, speakers of other languages. We leave that for the schools to decide.
So it's two separate programs, yeah. So when we talk about English language arts here, it's an English language arts program for all students. Title III for English language learners tends to be a separate program in schools. It has a different set of standards and assessments that we use, and it works simultaneously to our regular English language arts program. So they're two separate programs, essentially.
Okay, but the word standards creates us a linguistic problem because standards say, you know, what is the standard? A, B, C, whatever. You've got something measurable. And then what we're talking about here is programs. And we're saying, okay, we decided we meet the standard if we have a program. But does the program meet the standard needed to solve the problem? My concern.
And we are not doing a program approval
I
here.
know.
We are talking specifically about standards.
I understand. We're trying to talk about those as though there are no standards elsewhere. You see what the word standards?
Mm-hmm.
We've had all kinds of standards in the past. We had education standards at one time, and nobody knew what that meant. We had academic standards, minimum standards. I think we gotta start boiling it down.
No, and we completely agree.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're using everything in different ways, and we're confused.
Yeah,
It's hard for us to
yes.
explain things to the schools. So that's what we're trying to do a lot throughout this document. And we just need to be better. I mean, even things like we just don't use consistent terminology throughout this law book, and it's something that we absolutely need to do. A thing that's very frequently conflated: non-public school and private school. Those are like conflated, but we don't have a definition of private school. So then you write a law, it says private school. We don't necessarily know what that is. So
Yeah.
Okay, page 22. Yes.
Just a question that makes me wonder, this list of definitions. We've talked today about two uses of minimum standards. One for public school approval and one that describes adequate education, correct?
correct.
Though I know one is built from the other. But if you think it makes sense, because it didn't dawn on me till today, that minimum standards that we talk about for an adequate education is different to some extent with minimum standards for public school approval, whether that definition of minimum standards to meet adequacy should be added there or not.
I think that's why we want to use the word criteria for an adequate education rather than minimum
Right, whatever the
standards.
term is, so
Right.
that it's consistent with the law, but I think it would make sense to break it out. Just because they are two different entities. Not for me to decide you
No,
work in the field, but
we
we've talked
agree.
about it in two meetings, and I'm thinking, well, which one is it? But
They did break it down. They called it
correct,
something different than minimum standards for public school approval.
right, but it should probably be included in this list of definitions.
So on 22, we've completely struck out this list of definitions, and we've just referred back to the list of definitions on page,
Yeah,
that
just
begins on page 17 now. So it's not listed two separate times, because this is another area that it was listed twice, mostly the same, but very slight differences.
Representative Myler?
If I'm reading this correctly, you've made a change. I'm looking at the first section under the second section where it seems to be that the school was to demonstrate, and now you're talking about the department. Why the change?
So previously, it said that the school shall demonstrate, but the department has to implement the accountability system. We're the ones that are implementing the assessment. We're the ones that are going to take all of the school scores, aggregate those together, rank all of the schools. We're the ones that are going to implement the IBAS and ask the schools to fill it out. So that's why the department is going to implement the systems, and the schools are going to demonstrate that they're providing adequate education through those systems that the department is implementing. So those are really so those systems themselves are a statewide system. So a school can't implement a statewide system. The department has to do that, and the school participates in a small piece of it, which becomes the statewide accountability system.
Thank you.
Are those rules adopted by the state board or the department?
Rules?
Which rules?
Which
On
ones?
page 22.
Current law refers to rules. Set forth in rules right here. So we
we moved.
we got rid of that in the rule reference and just referred back to page 12, the list
Okay.
again.
Page 12 or 17?
17.
Yeah.
12 is definitions.
That was one of the places where the list existed in two different places, so
Okay.
moved it.
Okay.
So on page 22, Rick, what are we referring to by requirements of paragraphs 1 and 2?
So that's page 23. You'll see paragraph 1, and that's the IBAS system.
Oh, okay.
And page 24 starts paragraph 2, and that's PBAS.
Okay, and before I get down to questions on that, then, and this is in a new section 193E:4?
Yeah, so these sections traditionally had lived within 193H previously.
Yeah.
And half of it lived in 193E, half of it lived in 193H.
Right.
And we were running into problems where people would read 193E and think that was the whole accountability system and not realize there was the other half in H, and vice versa. People would look at H and not realize the first half was in E. So this was our attempt to take the two halves, IBAS and PBAS, and put them into the same section of law so that you can actually read them consecutively, because you have to do both.
Okay. And so did the subsequent changes to the oversight committee that we were talking about reflect the changes from H and E?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have the same oversight, and now the oversight of the system is all together in a single place.
Okay. Okay. And then what's happening to 190, the current E4?
Yeah, what is E4? I think that's the oversight committee.
No,
Is that?
I'm on page 562.
Oh, is that the unique pupil
Yeah.
identifiers? We
So-
moved that to a new section.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that starts on page 32.
Okay.
This document. And I mean, that's a very, very important section of law, but it's not necessarily specific to an adequate education.
Right,
It's
right.
it's more operational for the department.
It's just another thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And who knows why it ended up there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, are we good with page 23?
Why is NES
Good.
taken out?
Good with questions. Good.
Good
Sorry.
with questions.
Why is NES taken out? Accreditation taken out?
So the IBAS system looks to see if schools are compliant with that list of 12 or 13 things in the content of an adequate education. NEASC accreditation is something entirely different. There's a cost base to it, so schools have to pay for it. So we created a system by which we were requiring schools to demonstrate compliance with a set of statutes, or they could, instead of demonstrated compliance, do a NEASC accreditation, which does not look at New Hampshire statutes and compliance. So it's not the same system. And it created a situation where schools that had more resources could pay for NEASC accreditation and do it, which is a valid and rigorous accreditation process. But it sort of got them out of IBAS, where the other schools were doing IBAS, and they just weren't equivalent systems. So there's a value to NEASC accreditation. Schools can go through and do that on their own. But there's no requirement that schools in the state do a NEASC specific accreditation. It's really voluntary on their part.
So it's not voluntary, shall submit a narrative explanation detailing how schools have compiled each of the, you've taken that out too?
No, so that remains. So that is what IBAS is. So schools are required to submit a narrative response of how they're meeting each of those areas identified in the content for an adequate education. In the previous system, if a school was accredited through NEASC, they didn't have to do that.
Right, and you think that's not financially draining on the school as well? I mean, the cost of the NEAS versus the.
Well, the other thing, there was differences in time. So NEASC accreditation, I believe, is every 10 years, whereas the IBAS requirement was every 2 years. So schools that weren't doing NEASC had to do this every 2 years. But if you went through and paid for NEASC accreditation, you could skip out on it for 10 years. So there was another difference there.
Haven't they changed that? I thought they went to 5.
I wasn't sure. When I was in the school system, they're still doing 10 years, but I
think there's some reports which are due now much sooner than that. 3, yeah.
Oh, they've gone way down.
Yeah.
Well, it's an update report. If you get the highest rating, you don't have to do it.
And so what we wanted to be was we wanted to have the same set of measurement across all schools. So IBAS, if IBAS and NEASC are similar kind of work, I think one replacing the other actually makes sense. But because it is not at all, it doesn't make sense to use them interchangeably. And so we said, let's use the same standards, which is IBAS. And IBAS, I mean, anybody who's completed it in the past, specifically Representative Cascadon, knows the survey in the past was pages and pages and pages long. And there was a lot of information that was in there that wasn't necessarily related to this area. And so what the department has done is we've gone through and we've said, all right, let's make IBAS truly what the law gives us the authority to implement and not ask all of these other questions, and pare that down that survey. And we anticipate it being a much easier ask on the schools to implement this new IBAS system rather than go through the full NEASC, which has nothing to do with an adequate education.
You know, years ago, that's what we did. NEASC was how schools reported to Department of Education right here in Concord. You know, and of course, I served on the Northwest Association of Schools and Colleges, and there's a lot to this when you're doing your self-evaluation. You involve your parents, your community, the students, the staff, everybody. And it's a healthy process in which you get in, you look at what you're doing, and then you invite a team to come in and do that evaluation of your product. I cannot understand why we want to get rid of it.
We
for
don't
one,
wanna
feel
get-
it's just another option. All our high schools, except maybe one or two, are NEASC approved.
So we don't want to get rid of it. We would like schools to we would like schools to have the opportunity to go through NEASC if they want. It's just not a measurement of if school is providing an adequate education or not as defined by the state law. And that was our reasoning for getting rid of it.
When you have all those folks I just mentioned contributing to it, I think you're going to get even a better report than you're going to get out of IBAS.
But part of the problem is the questions aren't the same. And the questions in IBAS are directly related to the school approval minimum standards to say, are you compliant with these sections required in law? NEASC doesn't ask that. So NEASC is doing a very rigorous program evaluation of what the school's offering. But if you have NEASC accreditation, we don't know if that means you're compliant with the minimum standards or not. It might mean you have a very rigorous academic program, but it's a different set of questions that doesn't say yes or no, are you compliant with the content for an adequate education? And that's what this section is supposed to do. And that's why we had taken it out.
We being the department or Nate
No, us.
and
Two of
Kate?
us.
And
Two
so,
of us.
and we had discussions with the Superintendent's Association about that as well. And we probably spent about half an hour, I think, just on the topic of the value of NEASC accreditations. Should it be in this section? Will schools continue to do it? Because it does have value far beyond this. I don't think that whether it's a substitute for IBAS or not doesn't take away any of the value of the NEASC accreditation. And many schools will continue to do that.
And I think the thing too is historically this used to be part of an accountability for an adequate education, but that was previously, that was before we had IBAS and PBAS being required of all schools. So what we're trying to say is we want to use the same measurement for all schools across the board, but for force, like, all right, some schools were NEASC schools, some schools were IBAS schools, some schools were PBAS schools, and there's different measurements. But now you have changed in 2019 to saying the measurement for providing an adequate education is that a school is participating in IBAS and PBAS. So, all right, we have the same measurement across the board. So let's not add this kind of third one of NEASC in there. And we can still encourage and support schools going through the NEASC process, but accreditation is not necessarily an indicator of providing an adequate education. So that was our pitch. I mean, if you want to put it back in, you certainly can. But we didn't feel that it added any value to this section.
Okay, let's march on. Put a big arrow by that one. From left to right. Okay, anything else on that page? How about page 24?
So did we have does the performance-based accountability exist in current law?
Yes.
Okay. And was it, in current law, is it as distinct as you're making it here?
We haven't changed it.
Okay,
That's what had been in H. And so we
Right.
essentially took what was in
Right.
H and brought it in. Yeah.
and now putting it under 193E
Is that?
for, under, in the adequacy.
Yeah, and I think that, so previously they read separately, and that's where we are ending up with everybody being confused. And they're
Right.
calling us and like, well, why do I have to do PBAS? I can pass IBAS. And like, well, because it says and you have to
Right.
read them together. And it made sense historically that they were separated because they were completely independent separate systems in the past. But when we changed the or to an and, that's where it really needed to be read together.
Okay, I'm sorry,
No.
you've said this like 3 or 4
It's
times
fine.
and now it's.
We
like-
read it.
what we
Yeah,
do.
this is what we've been doing. This is what we've been doing.
Okay.
And no, and it's because we've got a million calls about this, and people are confused, and we're confused, and the number of times that Nate has corrected me when I've said it incorrectly, or vice versa, it's very confusing. But
Why did you change the visitations to the schools as a may instead of a shall?
well,
You take it.
the department does not have any staff to do this. The department has not had any staff to do this for a very long time. If you want the department to do it and you want to keep it a shall, we just need a team of people to do this work. But we are not doing it. We haven't done it for a very long time.
Yeah.
We have no problem with doing the work, but we cannot do it with our current capacity.
Why don't you let NEASC do it?
Well, NEASC is because the schools have to pay for it and it's very expensive.
That would be an unfunded mandate.
Yeah, when you apply for college, are you coming from an accredited high school? I'll get off it.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
it is optional.
Let's go to 3 o'clock. We're going to go to 3 o'clock because we did have another meeting scheduled. So you will make it a shall if you can get more money, huh?
Of course.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, could you use the NEASC report as your site visit for those schools that do NEASC and then have a core group that you contract with, like retired superintendents that would go out and do the same thing with a team like NEASC? You have a teacher on a team or?
Still costs money though. I mean, whatever you
does.
want that system to be like, we can certainly build that
I know it
system.
costs money.
And I think that's more of kind of a parking lot decision of like, what do we want it to be versus what does the current law have? Because when we were having a conversation with the superintendents, they had lots of great ideas of how to make this a much better system, but we said, let's come back to that next year. Let's make the current system that we have right now make sense so we can read it together. And then we'll talk about maybe introducing some legislation and working together and saying let's codify these great ideas that you have to actually improve the system. So that's step 2. Step 1 is figure out what we're supposed to be doing right now.
Rick, you've mentioned throughout this review several times about working with the superintendents. Could you explain to us exactly how much time have the superintendents, you've worked with the superintendents on this particular piece of legislation? How much time have you spent with them?
Yeah, so we started out with a smaller group of superintendent representatives and school board representatives that came into the department and met with us for several hours. And then we had a committee of about 10 or 15 superintendents come to the department and they spent an entire afternoon with us. We went through this line by line like this. I do wish we had this document because it would have been helpful. But we did this and they had lots of great suggestions, comments, feedback. And then we met with a group of about 20 additional superintendents in January, whenever that was, and went over this with them again. And Jerry Frew was actually at the Senate meeting when this was presented to the Senate, and he testified that he supported this bill and thanked the department for the support and the work that we've done with them to collaborate on this project.
Okay, are there any further questions? I think we're getting down to the point where we're running out of steam here.
While we're on this,
Yeah,
this part on reporting,
Yeah.
on the bottom of 25.
yeah,
So, so in reading this, currently the annual reporting is just based on the performance, accountability. And so the new reporting will be on both input and performance based.
Yeah, so we've reported on both, they just existed separately. So because we were putting them together in the same section of statute, we tried to put all the reporting pieces together.
Okay. What, if you were to take the input and performance based reporting and then make a determination down in the bottom of the new language, identifying all schools that have failed to demonstrate the opportunity for an education based on those two factors, would that report, would those identified schools be any different than schools that are being identified now?
So that will be the list. So the schools are identified as CSI, TSI schools. That's the performance-based accountability system. So it would essentially be an identical list, except that the state accountability applies the rules to all schools, while our current federal list only applies to Title I schools. So you would see the list expand from just a state accountability perspective, because we would be looking at all schools regardless of Title I funding.
The other thing is so the performance base is tied to the federal accountability system. Right now, the IBAS list, if somebody were to actually fail IBAS, I guess they would also be considered not providing an adequate education. So we have not published an IBAS list or a failed IBAS list in, I don't know, 20 years.
So like an IBAS list would be based on the earlier list on
Correct.
page 22. There's a version of it, right?
Right.
Of all the things. So world language is one of those things. So how would a district like Pittsfield fare on the world language front?
So it would depend on the school level. So there are not required standards for world languages at the elementary.
Right.
There is the option to have a world language program at the middle school. And if a middle school chooses to do that, there are standards they have to meet. So one question would be, do you offer it at the middle school level? If so, are you compliant with these required areas? And then at the high school levels, you are required to have a world languages program. You have to have a certain number of course offerings in your program of studies. You have to have at least 2 distinct separate languages that are being offered. And then there's some standards that go along with that. So from a compliance perspective, we'd be looking to see, do you meet each of those minimum standards under the world languages program?
Right. So that would be a new, even though the input accountability exists, now the report would be considering those meeting those inputs, where in the past it hadn't. So this is pretty material for schools, I think.
So schools used to do that, and there would have been a report involved. We haven't done it in a number of years because we've had the staff to be able to do the IBAS and the reporting in the current form that it had been. Previously was a really long checklist. If you look at all those minimum standards under world languages, you would have had about 40 or 50 items, and schools would check yes or no. Are you compliant? Yes. Are you not? No. And I would imagine some schools are just going through and checking yes, because it was simply a yes and no checklist. And we would collect the information, but I don't think there was a lot of reporting being done, because that really was what the school visits were about, because you would go out with a team and you might have a world languages expert on that team to go out and say, okay, let me take a look at your world languages program. Is it compliant with these standards? You've indicated in your survey to us that it is. And I think that's to Caitlin's point, where she's getting at, is to really go out and do those in-depth site surveys. At the very least, you're going to want some people experienced with math and ELA and science to look at those programs and verify those responses on the IBAS.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Caitlin.
Okay, we're right at 3:00, and I think we ought to call it right here. So we're at the bottom, page 25. Got another 18 pages to go. I hope so.
So 30 to 43, none of that's all the things that moved.
And then we got to get the stuff you left out. We got to check. Yeah, and don't worry, Jen's on it.
She is.
So we have another meeting scheduled for this, starting at 11:30 on Wednesday. It'll be the afternoon. So as soon as we finish execing on Wednesday, we start hammering away on this again. And hopefully we can plow through it. Any questions or something good for the order? Nope. Okay, thank you very much, Caitlin and Nate, for coming here and all those that came with them, sitting through this.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with the committee, so thank you.
We appreciate you.
We did have these discussions with Senate. At the time when we asked Representative Ward to sponsor the bill for us, we sat down with it and went line by line. It was a several hour long meeting.
All right. This one where I have him as the chair of a subcommittee to. Is it-
No, no, no. I think that's what Nate said.
That fascinating. further into the issue. So the amended bill that are you familiar with the amendment that Senator Ward submitted to us?
That included the parental opt-in language?
And the water.
Senator Waters, yes.
Yes.
Written parental consent, yes. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, maybe could you go over what the intention is a little bit? Social media is quite a broad terminology, and I've done research over the past few years on digital badging and credentialing and have more questions on that, and I'm not sure how that specifically fits into what the goal is here.
Sure, absolutely. Happy to address that. So really the purpose or the intent is to allow students to be able to use some very specific kinds of social media accounts while they're in high school. Particularly, without naming names, but I will, LinkedIn. The idea being that that's a way to authentically curate and to have a record of competencies, skills, things that they could do for employment, which also persists after high school. So there are a number of platforms that are really designed to be used in education that are something that when the student graduates doesn't travel with them. But something like LinkedIn is very portable. So employers will look at it, and it's something where the student can say, as a result of my work experience and educational experiences, I can do this, 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 and this. So again, really, it's not narrowly naming LinkedIn specifically, but that really is sort of the intent, is to use LinkedIn or other platforms that emerge that have a similar usage in the future.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you for being here. My only concern, really my primary concern, is with safety, because there's nothing in the bill as amended by the Senate that would say it has to be an app designed for education, and there could be other applications, maybe for other purposes, that a student could use in a manner that's unsafe. So I'm just curious how you think we should address something like that.
That is a really good point. I think because the intent is for curating career development evidence, I think that if it were to be amended to have language that would address that specific usage, I think that would help provide some clarity. And that could be something that I would think could come out in administrative rules.
I'm not sure. Have you seen the amendment? Probably not.
I have not.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative.
As with the amendment, this was my first time drafting an amendment, so I am willing to play around with the wording as the subcommittee sees fit. But again, my goal was just to ensure safety in terms of something like this were to be implemented.
I think from my perspective, I think that absolutely addresses that concern. If I may, could I read the amendment out? I've brought with me a couple folks from the Student Data Privacy Consortium.
Pass it up here. Okay.
And the reason that we had them come along is that,
Thank you.
and I'll let them introduce themselves in a moment. They'll have some good input about the some of the security concerns as they are approached in districts. But Representative, if I may, this definition shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence in student career development. Nothing in this section shall encourage student involvement in careers as influencers, social media models, internet personalities, or otherwise diminish student safety. Which again, from my perspective, I think addresses those concerns nicely. It could be fleshed out a little bit more with some clarity in admin rules were this to be passed.
I just want to introduce myself. I'm Pam McLeod. I'm the Director of Technology and the Information Security Officer in Concord here in the school district. And this is Josh Olstead. He's from Oyster River Cooperative School District. And we have been, since HB 1612, which I know some of you were really instrumental in, we have been, we founded and have been organizing our response to that bill. So we've created a Student Data Privacy Consortium, which currently includes about 130,000 students across New Hampshire, and protects data privacy. We've managed to get about 1,300 different online applications with data privacy agreements since 2019. So we're pretty well versed in that side of things. I know that's a different RSA, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take these questions. I did a fair bit of research to try to understand the real intent and what's going on with the bill, and we had some concerns that we previously discussed about things. What I found, and I want you to tell me if this is roughly accurate, is the platform LinkedIn. Once you get an account, and this is a business networking platform primarily, it's used primarily to get jobs and to network. Once you're on that, you can take quizzes on any number of varied subject matter in order to, as they put it, demonstrate a competency and achieve a digital badge that you can place then on your profile to advertise that you have a competency in this. Is that roughly what we're looking to do?
Yes.
Yes, if I may follow up on that. So there's nothing there because the test there, the quiz, would be taken by the student based on the knowledge that they've already attained in school. So there's really nothing that would prevent them from being able to do this, to achieve this competency, these badges outside of school on their own, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one last follow-up, I think, to get to the heart of it a little bit is, certainly data privacy is a concern, but it's not actually my foremost concern. My biggest concern here is what happens when we create a sort of industry standard across the state where students are doing this on social media and using that to find jobs out straight from high school and in high school. And they're now being subjected to the third-party terms of service of the social media platform that is going to significantly dictate their ability to get a job and possibly represent a significant constraint on things like their freedom of speech.
I'm not sure about that. I agree with you. The terms of service of the platform absolutely apply. And we looked at LinkedIn, it's age 16. So there is no way to bypass those terms of service unless you have a data privacy agreement with the company. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft. I think there is hope that someday they will have a high school version of the platform. I think a concern would be there's an instant messaging part of the platform. So just like any other social media, there could be instant messaging between adults and students that the school district would not be purview to. But they could create that with their own personal accounts, and that would happen there as well. Could happen.
If I may, just one more to clarify just a little bit of my concern. So my concern really centers around their terms of service when it comes to things like, for instance, they have something called a hate speech policy. Now, of course, none of us like, hearing terrible bigoted things and stuff like that. However, the U.S. Constitution does not have a hate speech policy. It's free speech. And by putting students on this platform for a job purpose, they're now going to be subject to third-party hate speech guidelines that a student could say something dumb at some point, and students do. And all of a sudden, their job prospects are potentially ruined as a result of that. Is that a concern that we should have?
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like it's part of our certainly in schools, and I think this is a lot of what schools try to do, is they try to help guide students into professional tone of voice, professional, your public, your digital footprint, right? In a sort of a guided way, so that students don't graduate and then go out and make those mistakes. If the idea being that if a teacher is guiding them, they're less likely to run afoul of those particular policies. But yeah, they're absolutely subject to the terms of the platform. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
There are other applications that exist in industry right now and that are still developing that are specifically badging. And they do a better job of privacy, et cetera, as well as verifying the badges and all of that kind of stuff. Is there a reason why we're not pursuing that rather than LinkedIn, which is more risky for the students?
Well, I think it's a yes and. The thing I do most often is the state director for career technical education, and the types of industry recognized credentials and badges that you described are absolutely something that the career technical ed programs are encouraging and are helping students to attain. I think that LinkedIn, I only mention it because it's something that's fairly widely used, but the intent is not to have it be limited to LinkedIn, but rather to limit it to things where students can curate and collect and then share evidence of readiness for employment. So it's not something that says this is the LinkedIn Act, but rather this is the Career Development Exploration Competency Curation Act.
So then they would, if a school decided to use one of these other, they could do, that would, sorry.
That's all right.
Lime brain not working. This would apply to those as well.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my interpretation.
So would a school or a CTE center, for instance, pick out an app like LinkedIn or another that they wanted to use for their students in that center? Is that how you see it working?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't have as much confidence as Representative Lakis in some of the digital badging systems. With LinkedIn, would it be just the student going through this questionnaire and developing their competency for publication on LinkedIn? Would others be able to provide a quote certificate or badge on LinkedIn or any of these other sites? I'm just wondering who is going to have access to this besides the student.
If you could probably be a little bit more.
Sure. I think with some badging systems, credentialing systems, a third party could say, this student, it could be for an outside program, has earned a credential of such and such, and post that in that badging system. One of the security concerns I've seen is who are authorized users. If third parties are allowed to post into the system, it's possible that they might post something that is not favorable to the student. And that's one of my concerns.
I'm not sure in LinkedIn that there's any ability for anybody else to see anything. I think the student would either have to be connected to the teacher for assessment to occur of the project, right? Either the student is posting sort of privately but they're connected to the teacher so the teacher can see their posts or the student is posting publicly and then anybody can see what's posted and what skills they've achieved. But there are certainly other industry credentials which we wouldn't call social media. And I think that's some of the confusion here
Okay.
is there's other, I'll give you an example. So we have a CTE center in Concord, right? And we have not run into any application that we have not been able to obtain a data privacy agreement for under HB 1612, which we all call it, it's under different RSA.
Right. Is that, it was 1612? I can't remember my
189,
my bill numbers.
66.
Is that, yeah, 68A possibly?
66.
66,
Yeah.
okay. Because I had concerns about the 68A, which is the Student Online Personal Information
Yeah.
Statute also.
So, for example, we had a teacher ask me for welding credentials. So it's an adult-oriented,
Right.
you know, it's a career-oriented credential. And we didn't have a data privacy agreement, but I reached out to the company. So many states are jumping on board now. I had a DPA within 2 weeks with that company. So we really have found that really just sort of doing the legwork and digging in and trying to get a data privacy agreement is our preferred first step. And it has worked, you know, over 1,300 times. So this is getting easier and easier to do. A platform like LinkedIn, this particular RSA, because LinkedIn is social media, and this RSA is mostly about social media investigations, right? And protecting students' privacy. So there's some mixing, and I would caution to be, to avoid confusion between the data privacy RSA and the social media RSA, because they really have two different purposes. So just from the school district's perspective, I think there could be confusion if you have to look into two different RSAs to think about data privacy agreements. You know, data privacy stuff belongs under the data privacy RSA.
Mr. Chair. You mentioned, you know, going the other beyond the LinkedIn. I know in testimony we heard about Adobe. That has not. That's just a tool, right? That's you.
Correct.
But is that
It's
one
not
that you
social
got the
media.
data privacy agreement with on Adobe?
We do not have a data privacy agreement with Adobe. There's a handful of very large companies that will not give us data privacy agreements, but we use the security standards. So as part of the law, the State Department of Education has developed security standards by which we need to evaluate. So the law doesn't say we have to have a data privacy agreement. The law says that the companies, the vendors need to meet these security standards. We have evaluated Adobe, and Google is another one. There's no data privacy agreement with Google either. We do have one with Microsoft. So we have evaluated those products against the security standards, and they hold enough industry security standards. For example, the Department of Defense uses Adobe. You know, we have enough evidence that they're fairly secure to feel pretty confident in using them.
Okay, thank you.
It was interesting, 18968A, the Student Online Personal Information, when I put that bill forward, Microsoft supported the legislation, but there was a consortium, including Google, opposed to the legislation.
I remember
So it was,
that, yeah.
it was quite interesting. Representative Lakis.
Yeah, thank you. Do we need to be using social media for badging when we have those industry, whatever you want to call services, basically, that will do that it's a completely, it's not social media. And do we actually need to be using social media? Or can we just be using those other things, which doesn't even need this at all because it's not social media?
It's an excellent question. I think, and this is where I would defer to Pam, because my take is that as someone who works in career development, I see increasingly resumes going increasingly in the electronic form, where there's a little bit of a hybrid right now where someone will email a resume as an attachment. But I suppose my concern would be, does that limit the reach of a young job seeker if curating experience is happening more on these sorts of platforms? But I would defer to Pam for the rest of the answer.
I would say we're talking about two different purposes. There is a credentialing badging purpose. Students who receive a credential in automotive technology or welding, right? And by the way, we still do get parent permission for those because there's usually a fee involved and all of that. Then there's the sort of how you teach students how to go look for jobs. So that's, I think where LinkedIn falls into the bucket of we're going to teach them how to use the most prevalent social media platform, which people are actively using to go out and find jobs and how to navigate that. I think those are skills they want to teach the students. So I really think they're two different buckets. And it is what makes it so confusing in terms of the data privacy laws, how we treat social media like LinkedIn.
Thank you. And then my other question, I don't know if you saw the amendment by Senator Waters, which talks about career exploration or CTE, using technology platforms and whatever, and having parental, but that's not social media either.
No.
So we don't actually need that amendment, right? Because
Josh and I have a strong opinion about that. I think we've done a lot of work with the groups that developed the original bill, and that makes some sense. I think it was just a one sentence bill. But the amendment, I think, is where it introduces a lot of confusion between the data privacy law. It's not necessarily about social media. Personally, I think Josh agrees that it's in the wrong place. We would be more than happy to work with the Department of Ed and whoever would like to sponsor an amendment next year to really look at, I agree that when it comes to CTE programs, there might be some exceptions we need to make in the data privacy law, but wouldn't it be nice if those exceptions were in the data privacy RSA, not the social media RSA?
Right, because it's not social media.
We've been doing legwork. If we hear of a particular tool that in any CTE program has not been approved, we'll jump in and do some legwork. We've been calling companies. We've been doing everything we can to try to help push those through. The reality is local control. I can't tell an IT director in another district how to run their district, right? Or what risk they're willing to assume for their students. So we have some that are more restrictive than I might be. I'll go get parent permission for some tools. But I think that the data privacy laws are pretty good as they are now. I think we need to work out some. We've offered Jeff our help. We need to work out some specific products and see what we can do. But I'm not sure that amendment is a great fit in the social media.
Right, because it's not social media. So I'd be willing to work with you on that for next year.
Okay, great.
Representative Hall, yes.
But what about this year? Are we good?
It's not against the law now.
Yeah.
It's not covered under the social media law at all. Because it's not social media.
I think the original bill was one sentence, correct?
The bill we have is as amended by the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't know.
Right.
The sentence that we have before us is under the social media account section of law and adds the sentence that this definition shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence in student career development.
Yes, Representative Belcher.
That one makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to drill down a little deeper on the exact nature of these certifications that are available and whatnot, because I think that'll help clarify things for people a little bit. And let's use Adobe as an example. So when a student in school goes through a period of instruction in Adobe, if I'm not mistaken, he or she is then able to take through Adobe at their school various testing to obtain a certification in that Adobe platform.
Yes.
And then that is the, if I'm not mistaken, the industry standard for that is the certification direct from Adobe. There may or may not be badging available for that right now. I'm not sure. If there's not, there probably will be. But when it comes to LinkedIn, and I don't mean to keep picking on LinkedIn, but they're like the big one right now, and they've got this all put together. It's just quizzes that you take. So it's not a industry standard certification. It's just a brief example that lets a potential employer know that maybe you know something. And I say maybe because in my research I saw lots of examples of people using AI ChatGPT to actually fake these tests.
Yeah, you're right. I just took a bunch of those quizzes for fun the other weekend, and I'd take a cybersecurity quiz. It was 15 questions. I go through it. I passed, but it's not the same as going out and getting the industry standard where I go to Pearson Testing Center and get the actual, credentials. So they're pretty light. Yes.
And just a brief follow-up, I'm sorry, if I may, then there's nothing in current law that would prohibit or make it difficult for students to obtain the industry standard Adobe certification in school, right?
No, we approach that with, we do ask for parent permission. Usually a fee is involved. And so, we sort of approach it that way, make sure the parents are on board.
Thank you.
And there's a number of examples in that realm.
So in the example you just gave in that credential for cybersecurity, who's the company, Pearson, you mentioned?
Well, Pearson runs the testing center.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be like a CISSP would be one
Right, okay.
certification, yes.
Right. Would a student be able to add that certification to their LinkedIn account?
To their profile,
Right.
yes, they can just write it in, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Would the student control who has access to view their LinkedIn account?
Yes. Yes. As with most social media, you can connect with people and you can decide whether your posts are viewable by the people you're connected to or whether they're public posts.
Okay. So that would be the connection to the teacher you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so it's kind of a weird, you can look at it two ways. One is if they're connected to the teacher, that might not be desirable because they're connected to the teacher, then they can instant message the teacher, etc. However, you may not want their post to be public. They could easily make a mistake that could haunt them for their whole careers, or it could be a good thing. Kind of want to guide them in that. So we've been talking a lot about that, and I think I would prefer that the students make public posts so they're not actually directly connected to the teacher. And then at the end of the course, they're guided on how to make their post private, how to move it from a school email address to a personal email address, those kinds of things.
Please, their personal email address required answering for the account.
Or a school email address. That's a decision point. We've determined, we've been talking with our attorneys that work with us. We've determined that if they use their personal email address, the way RSA 18970 is written right now, it would be a personal social media account, so that's probably not desirable. But if they use a school email address, then it's not a personal social media account. So that is sort of one point of contention. We do want the kids to take their profiles with them, so we would want them to leave school with it under their personal account.
So they would have to change the account when they graduated.
Yes.
It's easy enough to do, yeah.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you. So if it's not a personal account, if it's a school account, and they're minor, what liability might the school have if anything goes bad with this?
That's an excellent point. Because we don't have a data privacy agreement, we are completely bound. Actually, the student is completely bound by the terms of agreement with the company. So there's a number of areas. If you've got a bright 15-year-old student who happens to be in junior level classes with 17-year-olds, you can't allow them to do LinkedIn because the terms of use is 16. So anyway, there's a number of areas where that might apply, but the fact is you just have no control over the terms of service. The company controls that. And they could change at any time. Yeah. So it does make us a little nervous because there's sort of that lack of most platforms that we use with kids. And, you know, Concord, we have over 300 different tools that we use with kids that are approved. We like to have some control over those accounts. For data privacy purposes, if there's a data breach, we have certain laws that they need to follow, et cetera.
Representative Hall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would just like to note a lot of stress on this whole thing is on the teacher. I mean, I taught technology for many, many years. And, you know, what kids do, but at some point, kids got to be able to do it. And that's the bottom line. And you have to, but the teacher assumes a lot of responsibility, particularly if they're young. I mean, I did Adobe, taught the whole Adobe suite to middle schoolers. And you do have to watch what they're doing. And but you can't stop them from doing it. You can stop them, but you shouldn't stop them.
Right.
I guess is what I want to say. So,
Josh,
I think there are risks. Everything has a risk, and I think we can't be dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Josh wanted me to point out that, you know, under FERPA, which is the primary privacy law that we operate federally with, schools have the right to exercise the school official exception and, you know, obtain parent permission for things like this. If we were to do something like LinkedIn and a parent did not opt into it and the student wasn't 18, we would have to find an alternative for that student.
That was something I had a question about, the alternatives for students who don't participate. Would these students be at a disadvantage if their classmates get these industry credentials and are able to advertise them on LinkedIn or other platforms? What about the other classmates?
That is always the case. You strive for equity, and I'm sure that there's other ways that they can do it. They could do like a Google site or something, but it's not the same. You're not connecting with those industry partners. And, you know, the students can, by law, go out and create their own LinkedIn accounts too. You know, they don't need parent permission even because the age of consent is 13, right? Under COPA federally. Kids can do it on their own. It's just, I think the question is having the school direct the kids to do it is a different scenario.
I think a lot of the schools in New Hampshire use a product called, I think it's Power School.
Yes.
And I think the parent company, and I'm not sure it's directly through Power School or another one of their affiliated products, does have a credentialing or badging capability to it.
They have a lot of products.
Yeah.
So they probably do.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's one I've seen mentioned in regard to some of these safety concerns. Would CTE centers be using, let's say if School X already has Power School, would they be using the CTE center for that school? Would they be using a product from the Power School company in addition? Instead of LinkedIn, possibly?
I guess it's possible. The truth about that company's products is they're very expensive. So not a lot of schools have a lot of the other products in the suite because they have a lot. There's probably 20 different products that they offer. I'm not sure of the one that you're referring to, but I know that when we look at any of their products, we're looking at very expensive products, so we don't necessarily purchase them.
I would say too, Representative Cordelli, that my main concern is I want to make sure that students have something that's real world and authentic. And many of these products that are designed to be used in schools may not be recognized by employers. So that's something I always want to keep front of mind is this something that truly is, as with Adobe, that had come up a couple times, is the industry standard and recognized by potential employers.
Right. And that's partially where some of my original concerns came into play with the Student Online Personal Information RSA, because it's designed for products designed and marketed for K-12 purposes.
Yes.
Which, so LinkedIn would not fall underneath this statute, but a power school might.
I think that particular designation has been a point of confusion. That might be worth clarifying in a future year with some stronger language, because each district, again, sets their own level of risk. And so for some districts, it's just easier to say, no, we're going to apply this to everything.
Further questions? I thought I might send you, maybe for your review, I had a briefing paper that talked about legal issues with some of the FERPA and COPA, et cetera. Maybe just for you to review, and we could, get back together again and maybe talk about maybe some clarifying language to the original bill, and talk some more about Representative McDonald's amendment, and talk about specific language. Does anyone else have any comments for right now?
Yeah, I have one.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Does Concord have in the school district any policies in place which are addressing currently what we're trying to look at in legislation right now?
Social media policies? Yeah, we do have, so RSA 18970 is really about protecting students during investigations.
Yeah.
So yes, we would have a policy that is based off of that in the district. I'm not sure of the exact number of the policy, but most districts do. I'm also a school board member in a different district. So those are policies that I have definitely seen before, yes. So
do you have any policies that deal directly with the privacy information agreement that would have to be signed by the student or the parent?
So, you're talking about general data privacy. Yeah, so part of the HB 1612, part of RSA 18966 is that we have a data governance plan. And so most districts have developed those as policy in the district, and they really outline what we do with all kinds of cybersecurity and data governance, but including vendor products and how we approach those. And each district does it their own way. But most districts in New Hampshire have joined our consortium, we call it an alliance. I think we have 82% of districts in New Hampshire under that alliance, so that basically we're all doing the heavy lifting for each other. If I sign a data privacy agreement with Power School and another district wants Power School, they just sign a one-page addendum. They don't have to go through that whole negotiation step. So that's how we've been so successful in getting those data privacy agreements.
Policy you're talking about also deal with Representative McDonald's issues of safety?
Yes and no. Like, we don't use any social media officially in the district with students. We have very few exceptions. The paragraph that she added here, yeah, I don't see any issues with that at all. I do think we have, we have to be aware of student safety issues with social media.
Could you provide the subcommittee some information, what you're doing with your consortium in terms of privacy agreements?
Absolutely. And there was a great Concord Monitor article last fall. So I'll send that to you. She did a really nice job explaining it. It's a complicated process, but she did a really nice job with it. So I'll send that.
Great. Representative Hall.
So Jeff, the question for you. So what is it you need to make things work, let's say 60 days after passage? Let's say if there was something in effect, is there something you can't do now that you want to be able to do in September?
Well, I think the ability for a teacher to lead a group of students through creating profiles, portfolios that can then be shared in real time, and to be able to guide them through, here's how you use these types of platforms. I think that this would enable that to happen.
Okay, and it can't happen right now. That's what I want.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I follow up? I guess I'm just thinking, to build on that, like when I taught middle school, and the kids made portfolios on websites, they could share or not share. I mean, we're talking about high school kids. Like, I think we do need to let these kids do this. So I think we need to write it however we need to write it to make it work.
May I add that we've been working with New Hampshire, NHLI, New Hampshire Learning Initiative recently, because they were working with Senator Waters on this language, the initial proposed language. And I think we've been working with our attorneys, and we have found ways to use LinkedIn in schools without legislation. So, and it has to do with using their school email accounts, so it's not a personal social media. And getting parent permission. So everything that is in law right now would allow us to do that without running afoul of the way 18970 reads right now. So I think it's a matter of, we did a little digging in, we talked to different attorneys. We have a data privacy attorney that we work with in our consortium, and Josh and I actually presented to their group was it just last week maybe, about how they could navigate that as a district.
Representative Lakis.
So do we then actually need this legislation if they can do it as long as they're using the school account and get parental permission and all of that stuff? Because this might open it up beyond using that, and that seems like a good idea because it still provides the opportunity for the kids to learn and all of that without as much risk.
In my opinion, no. I think Jeff would still like it to be there. I think that original introduced legislation at the Senate, which was just the one sentence, would help, but I don't think it's necessary. There was, I don't think it's on this piece of paper, wasn't there a whole paragraph amended about data privacy in general during its time in the Senate? So I think there was a whole nother paragraph added. I really think that would add a lot of confusion because it should be under the, oh yeah, Josh has it here.
So that was the original, and this is the new.
So the original was this definition shall not apply to platforms used for demonstrating evidence in student career development. I think that's just fine, but anything else that really talks about data privacy, I think is in the wrong RSA.
And that original was section 2, the new paragraph there as well.
Yeah,
Amend 18970
so,
by inserting paragraph 2.
Yeah, paragraph 2 is the thing that I think causes some confusion. This is from the perspective of being in the technology director, having to navigate these laws. And I think that this paragraph would certainly be worth looking at as part of the data privacy 18966 next year. But in the social media RSA, I think it causes too much confusion.
Representative Hall.
No, so what is the procedure? Let's say if we wanted to not do the amendment, which has been brought to us, but go back to the original one with that one sentence. What is the process there? How does that go about? Can you go about that? Or do you have to make another amendment? What do you have
Yes,
to do?
right. We could do another amendment.
That goes back to the original? Or whatever? You can do
To do
whatever.
whatever,
Okay,
whatever we want.
my
And then it
question.
goes back to the Senate.
Right.
Yeah.
On,
Via committee.
in committee conference.
Yes.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Representative Lakis?
2 questions, one to each. The amendment that Senator Waters brought in for paragraph 2, do you like the wording of that? And if we just, could we put that but in the proper part of law rather than social media where it doesn't belong? I mean, because if we're amending, we could just amend where it goes, if you think it's good the way it is. Otherwise, we'll take the time and do it next year.
We don't feel that it's necessary because we can already do parental opt-in permission under FERPA. So we already have that ability. I think this is aimed at the districts where maybe they're taking a harder line than some of us do. But I do think that if we were going to consider language like this, we would want it in 66 instead of 70.
So would that be appropriate? I mean, do you have a problem with the way it's worded if we just put it in 66 rather than the place it
I'm
is
looking
now?
at Josh, he's more legal than I am.
Because, yes, it was specifically aimed at districts who said, oh, according to the rules, we can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's to make it clear that, yeah, you can, this is the process.
What I would like to do is, because we just got brought into this maybe about a month ago, Josh and I, what I would like to do is spend maybe 6 months really working on some of these products with the Department of Ed, with the CTE directors. Let's see where the barriers are and try to work through the issues, and then kind of go fresh into next year and see what do we need in the law, because it does feel like we're over legislating a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, when I read the law, I said, this isn't necessary, so.
And NHLI has offered up some funds for us to help them develop some guidance and some guidelines. We've started speaking to the Superintendent's Association, because in my mind, the only people that can mediate between CTE directors and technology directors are superintendents. So we've started to really think about what can we do more in terms of communication and just really providing materials and sort of flow charts and best practices that might help alleviate some of these situations. I think I'd rather, more than happy to work on legislation, but I think I'd rather try the kinder, gentler approach first.
Okay, thank you.
Well, one option would be to retain 213 and work on it into the fall. Give us some more time and your conversations that you're having with superintendents, et cetera, have some more time to come up with something a little bit broader and satisfies everyone's concerns. That would be certainly be an option.
And they worked really hard on that the bill as it was introduced, that one sentence. I would hate to say anything here that would negate all of that hard work. That we have no problem with that sentence, really. I mean, if that's something you wanted to move forward. A lot of educators have worked very hard on that one particular sentence. So.
Appreciate that.
Okay, well, maybe we can all consider that and have a follow-up meeting after some consideration. We have some time. And we have a number of other meetings scheduled in the upcoming weeks that we could piggyback a follow-up meeting onto and take a look at that.
So would it be better to move forward with this bill right here with the one sentence, and then in November put forth a new bill dealing with what you're talking about?
I'm checking before I say something that represents both of us, all of us.
a new bill would be introduced in January and not signed into law until next summer.
I think I'd prefer the one sentence in 213 and then kind of regrouping and seeing what we need to do with data privacy next year. Yeah.
I'm all for that. I think I misunderstood what was just said. When we went to January, that was a new bill? Is that what you said, Mr.?
Yeah, a new bill would be introduced in January.
If you move forward with this one,
Right. Right.
with the one sentence.
The one
Right.
sentence, it would still be January?
No, that
Oh, it would be now. I mean, it would
will
be,
be in the fall.
Yeah.
If you move forward with the one sentence now, it will be signed in.
Oh, yes, right, yes, right.
right, okay, that's what I
Right,
mean. I'm
yes.
thinking, why would it be
Whereas
fall?
the other
Okay,
one will take another year.
exactly. Yeah, I'm all for now.
It's my hope that when we come back in 6 months, we'll have communicated all the issues out and we just don't need to worry about it. But
If we do an amendment with the one sentence back to the original, then if we pass it, it will then require a committee of conference, possibly.
I would be happy to do that.
Why don't we take a little bit of time, think about it, and have another brief meeting in the near future and decide if we want to go forward with the one sentence amendment.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, you're
Thank you
welcome.
for having me.
Thank you very much.
From both camps.